Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm just trying to get my fireplace going here on my TV. Just taking longer than I expected it to. Sorry, hang on. I actually have a couple things that I want to talk about. It's between Nick Fuentes on Joel Webbon, or Hillary Clinton, her deposition, or Newsmax. Yeah, here was her deposition. It was really interesting. But let me just Click. Wow, you guys remember that movie, Click? That was a wild movie, dude. Hang on. Okay.
Before, I had absolutely no idea that he was in any way related to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Click, the movie Click. It was about how Adam Sandler had a remote where he could fast forward through his life. And like he just, he didn't want to do the boring mundane shit. Like he didn't want to work. So he fast forwards through working. He fast forwards through sleeping so that he can just be there in the moment. And then he starts fast forwarding through other activities that he actually enjoys most of the time, but not all the time. But the remote learns from, your past decisions, and it starts fast forwarding through everything. It was kind of a crazy movie. It was wild. I remember when it came out. It was dark and interesting. All right, let's take a poll. It's going to have to be a poll on YouTube, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Twitch people. You're with me and I can see you, but the polling doesn't really work well on Twitch in my experience. So we're doing it on YouTube. And we're doing it live. Wait.
We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right. Let me just here, let's do the poll. What should we watch? Fuentes, Webbon, Hillary on Epstein, Newsmax. Or was there something else? Or was that it? Maybe that was it. Yeah, I think that was it. Let's start the poll. Let me know what you guys want to watch. Hillary Clinton, no information about Epstein, criticizes committee investigation. Full. Save. So that's on the list of things to watch. Dude, look at this absolutely beautiful image of Lauren Boebert. Just top tier. She looks so pretty. Just joshing, obviously. Wait, why is my mouse not working? Oh, I got it. Okay, cool. What are we looking at? Hillary on Epstein it's pretty heavy on that one. Interesting. Maybe I should change the title and stuff. Let's see, live. Hillary Clinton's. Let's watch Hillary Clinton's Epstein deposition. No, Epstein hearing. And let me actually just, it's looking like Hillary. Okay. Let me just change the thumbnail real fast. Take me 1 second here. This is it. Save. Awesome. All right. Hillary Clinton it is. Hillary Clinton did a closed door Jeffrey Epstein like meeting or whatever I don't even know what you call it. And there were some explosive moments, like this. Lauren Boebert took a picture inside of the meeting, and it was just this big explosive moment. Anyway, let's give this a listen and see what happened.
Witnesses Counsel has something she would like to state before we get started today.
Well, first of all, good morning and thank you. I just wanted to state for the record that we had requested that there be amplification so that the witness both could hear the different members who are here, and certainly you all as you all are asking questions, but also so that the witness herself could hear. In a construct where you all now have videotape, it seems as though being able to provide that amplification to ensure we're heard would be relevant and important. We recognize that there was concern, at least initially expressed to us, that the court reporters might not be able to conduct their duties efficiently. They, in the end, what we will.
So they're taking a
Just gonna jump over.
by the
I think this is led by James Comer, who is a Republican and a complete piece of shit, just an evil human being. The type of person who should be nowhere near power, ever. Because he's so fucking evil. That kind of person.
and I want to again state for the record, the microphones provided by the Clintons became an issue for the audio recording. So we want crystal clear audio and visuals of today's proceedings. So the microphones.
Begin to allow jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 23, 2025, the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On August 5th, 2025, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Secretary Clinton to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Here's one of my biggest problems with this. Sorry. They're claiming that they brought her in furtherance of investigating the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And then they proceed to ask her about QAnon conspiracies like Frazzle Drip and Pizzagate and shit. These people have no interest in furthering knowledge or investigations on anything. It's all political bullshit.
I will enter the original subpoena and corresponding cover letter from August 5, 2025, as well as the additional subpoena from December 15, 2025, determining a new date as Exhibit 1.
Excuse me, counsel. For the record, I want to put in one sentence from the cover letter to the subpoena, and that's the chairman's own definition of the scope of this investigation. He wrote, and I quote, "It's to conduct oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws generally." And
yeah, I'm not sure what Hillary Clinton has to do with any of that. Like, she wasn't involved in any of this trafficking, but okay, I guess.
specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell.
Yeah, where's Trump? Why would they bring in Hillary fucking Clinton, of all people, instead of Donald Trump?
Thank you.
As stated in the email correspondence with counsel for Secretary Clinton in negotiations for the scope regarding today's deposition, the scope agreed upon by counsel for the committee and counsel for Secretary Clinton stated, and I quote, "As conveyed to you in a letter from the chairman yesterday morning that you agreed to, the committee could not accept your proposed limitation on the scope of President Clinton's testimony. Accordingly, pursuant to the committee's investigation
I'll probably end up cutting out the boring parts. This sounds like a boring part. Actually, you know what? Let me just skip forward a bit. Hold on. It looks like it's usually very quiet.
into Mr. Jeffrey exercise influence, as well as the operation
2025 letter from Chairman Comer to David E. Kemp on December 12, 2029. Identify themselves.
Okay, here we go. What's this?
And I'm James Comer, chairman of the committee from Kentucky.
Official court reporter's name redacted.
Thank you all. Secretary Clinton, before we begin, I would like to go over the ground rules for this deposition. The questioning will proceed in rounds. the majority will ask questions for an hour, and then the minority will have an opportunity to ask questions for an hour if they choose. To the extent members have questions for the witness, they will be propounded during their side's respective rounds. The clock will stop if you need to confer with counsel, your counsel is speaking, and when members or staff are speaking during the opposing side's round of questions. We will alternate back and forth until there are no more questions. Do you understand?
I do.
There is a court reporter taking down everything I say and everything you say to make a written record of the deposition. For the record to be clear, please wait until the staffer questioning you finishes each question before...
Like, Hillary Clinton may be one of the most experienced politicians in human history. She's been in politics since she was little, and she's 80 now. She's been a feminist. In fact, do you know why she's so hated? In recent years, she's hated because of conspiracy theories about her killing people, or about, you know, Pizzagate or whatever other nonsense. And Democrats repeating over and over, I don't like Hillary. I'm not talking about Hillary. I don't care about Hillary. We're talking about how evil Trump is. And the only thing that came from those conversations for Trump supporters is, I don't like Hillary. Nobody likes Hillary. She's really not that bad. In fact, she's been dead on correct about fucking everything since day one. If you go back and look at the shit she said about Trump, what we should be worried about him doing, she was 100% correct about all of it. She was hated in Arkansas because she was a feminist. Additionally, she was a senator, I think, Secretary of State. I'm not sure what other position she held, but she's extremely experienced in politics.
Before you begin your answer, and the staffer will wait until you finish your response before proceeding to the next question. Further, to ensure the court reporter can properly record this deposition, please speak clearly, concisely, and slowly. Also, the court reporter cannot record nonverbal answers, such as nodding or shaking your head, so it is important that you answer each question with an audible verbal answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Exhibits may be entered into the record. Majority exhibits will be identified numerically. Minority exhibits will be identified alphabetically. Do you understand?
I do.
We want you to answer our questions in the most complete and truthful manner possible.
I'm jumping forward.
Falsity. Do you understand?
I do.
This includes both knowingly providing false testimony, but also stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. Do you understand?
I do.
Furthermore, you can respond by to run with before we begin.
Yes, I have an opening statement that I would like to deliver before we begin. Mr. Chairman, ranking member, members of the committee, as a former United States Senator, I have respect for legislative oversight, and I expect its exercise, as do the American people, to be principled and fearless in pursuit of truth and accountability. As we all know, however, too often congressional investigations are partisan political theater, which is an abdication of duty and an insult to the American people. This committee justified its subpoena to me based on its assumption that I have information regarding the investigations into the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Let me be as clear as I can. I do not. As I stated in my sworn declaration on January 13th, I had no idea about their criminal activities. I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein. I never flew on his plane or visited his island.
You know who did, though? You know who did, and who isn't in this chair right now, and probably never will be in this chair?
Homes or offices. I have nothing to add to that. Like every decent person, I've been horrified by what we have learned about their crimes. It's unfathomable that Mr. Epstein...
Donald Trump was Epstein's best friend for like 10 years. It's unconscionable that Donald Trump isn't in this fucking chair right now instead of Hillary Clinton. What does Hillary Clinton have to do with any of this? Why the fuck is she in that chair? Is she all over the flight logs? No.
Epstein initially got a slap on the wrist in 2008, which allowed him to continue his predatory practices for another decade. Mr. Chairman, your investigation is supposed to be assessing the federal government's handling of the investigations and prosecutions of Epstein and his crimes. You subpoenaed 8 law enforcement officials, all of whom ran the Department of Justice or directed the FBI, when Epstein's crimes were investigated and prosecuted. Of those 8, only 1 appeared before the committee. 5 of the 6 former attorneys general were allowed to submit brief statements stating they had no information to provide. You have held 0 public hearings, refused to allow the media to attend them, including today, despite espousing the need for transparency on dozens of occasions. You have made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the Epstein files. And when you did, not a single Republican member showed up for Les Wexner's deposition. This institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official, rather than to seek truth and justice for the victims and survivors, as well as inform the public who want to get to the bottom of this matter.
You know, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I have no evidence that leads me to believe that Bill Clinton was involved in Epstein's crimes in any way, shape, or form. I know, tall claim, but seriously, look into it. There is no actual evidence that Bill Clinton is guilty of anything at all.
My heart breaks for the survivors, and I am furious on their behalf. I have spent my life advocating for women and girls.
Which is why she's so hated now.
I have worked hard to stop the terrible abuses so many women and girls face here and around the world, including human trafficking, forced labor, domestic violence, and sexual slavery. For too long, these have been largely invisible crimes or not treated as crimes at all. But the survivors are real and they are entitled to justice. In Southeast Asia, I met girls as young as 12 years old who had been forced into prostitution and raped repeatedly. Some were dying of AIDS. In Eastern Europe, I met mothers who told me how they lost their daughters to trafficking and did not know where to turn. In settings around the world, I met survivors trying to rebuild their lives and help rescue others with little support from people in power who too often turned a blind eye.
Where was Donald Trump? Where was Donald Trump when she was working on helping girls who had been trafficked in Eastern Europe or whatever? You know where he was? In bed with one of them. That's where. Hillary Clinton has actually been fighting for feminist causes for decades. Donald Trump has been abusing children for decades.
And a cold shoulder. If you are new to this issue, let me tell you, Jeffrey Epstein was a heinous individual, but he's far from alone. This is not a one-off tabloid sensation or political scandal. It is a global scourge with an unimaginable human toll. My work combating sex trafficking goes back to my days as First Lady. I worked to pass the first federal legislation against trafficking and was proud that my husband signed the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which increased support for survivors and gave prosecutors better tools for going after traffickers. As Secretary of State, I appointed a former federal prosecutor, Lucy DeBaca, to ramp up our global anti-trafficking efforts. I oversaw nearly 170 anti-trafficking programs in 70 nations and directly pressed foreign leaders to crack down on trafficking networks in their countries. Every year, we published a global report to shine a light on abuses. The findings of those reports triggered sanctions on countries failing to make progress, so they became a powerful diplomatic tool to drive concrete action. I insisted that the United States be included in the report for the first time ever in 2011, because we must hold ourselves not just to the same standard as the rest of the world, but to an even higher one. Sex trafficking and modern slavery should have no place in America.
Totally agreed. She is such a fucking hard ass. Seriously, like, I remember in 2016 voting for her. I think it was the first election I ever voted in. Yeah, it might have been the first election I ever voted in. And I said to people around me, like when they asked who'd you vote for, I said I held my nose and I voted for Hillary Clinton because she's better than Trump. He's just a scumbag. But I wouldn't hold my nose today. She is a very impressive person, actually. And this whole bullshit thing against her, you know, all of the frazzle drip stuff, all of the, they killed people, garbage. It's all nonsense. It's always been nonsense all along. I cannot believe that I fell for it. I didn't fall for it. I can't believe I fell for the Hillary bad narrative. She made some decisions that I did not like. For example, she voted in favor of the Iraq War. That was a stupid decision. But I'm kind of overlooking it because there were, you know, it was a crazy moment in history and everybody was in favor of fighting in Iraq because of 9/11. It was just a bizarre moment. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry, hang on. Where was I? 2139, hang on. 2139. I equalized the audio and it, whatever. All right. 21. Here we are.
In America, none. Infuriatingly, the Trump administration gutted the Trafficking in Persons Office at the State Department, cutting more than 70% of the career civil and foreign service experts who worked so hard to prevent trafficking crimes. The annual trafficking report required by law was delayed for months. The message from the Trump administration to the American people and the world could not be clearer. Combating human trafficking is no longer an American priority.
Yeah, like we don't give a fuck is the message, right? Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck. Never did. Sending this for your lunch break. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Mantis Rogue. Or Manthis. That's awesome.
Under the Trump White House. That's a tragedy, it's a scandal, and it deserves vigorous investigation and oversight.
But nobody gives a fuck, of course.
A committee endeavoring to stopping human trafficking would seek to understand what specific steps are needed to fix a legal system that allowed Epstein to get away with his crimes. A committee run by elected officials with a commitment to transparency would ensure the full release of all the files. It would ensure that the lawful redactions of those files protected the victims and survivors, not powerful men and political allies. It would get to the bottom of reports that DOJ withheld FBI interviews in which a survivor accuses President Trump of crimes. It would subpoena anyone who asked on which night there would be the wildest party on Epstein's Island. It would demand testimony from prosecutors from Florida, New York, and the Department of Justice about why they gave Epstein a sweetheart deal and chose not to pursue others who may have been implicated in his crimes. And it would demand that Secretary Rubio and Attorney General Bondi testify about why this administration is abandoning survivors and playing into the hands of traffickers. It would seek out advocates and law enforcement officials on the front lines of the fight against human trafficking and ask them what support they need. And it would put forth legislation to provide more resources and force this administration to act. But that's not happening. Instead, you have compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation, in order to distract from President Trump's actions and to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers.
Yeah, because they want to go down the whole frazzle drip pipeline. As you'll see in a little while, Lauren Boebert brings up Anthony Weiner's laptop and a bunch of conspiracy theories, QAnon conspiracies. I will explain them because I've spent a lot of time studying them. I'll explain them when we get there.
If this committee is serious about learning the truth about Epstein's trafficking crimes, it would not rely on press gaggles to get answers from our current president on his involvement. It would ask him directly under oath about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files. If the majority was serious, it would not waste time on fishing expeditions. There is too much to be done. What is being held back? Who is being protected? And why the cover-up? So my challenge to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee is the same challenge I put to myself throughout my long service to this nation. How to be worthy of the trust of the American people that they have given to you. They expect statesmanship, not gamesmanship, leading, not grandstanding. And they expect you to use your power to get to the truth and to do more to help survivors of Epstein's crimes, as well as the millions more who are victims of sex trafficking in this country and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also like to request that the video of this deposition be made available within 24 hours, as it has been for other witnesses.
Awesome. And that's why we have it now. That's pretty cool, right? That's fucking metal. I'm telling you, man, like, if you hate Hillary Clinton, you're on the wrong hate train. If you hate Bill Clinton, you're looking at this wrong. Those are not the people that deserve your hate. There are way more hateable people than these two.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The time reads 11:34 a.m. The majority's time will begin now. Madam Secretary, in the interest of efficiency here today, I'm going to ask you one question followed by a list of names. The question can be answered yes or no. If you do indicate yes to any individual, I will come back and revisit that at the end. The question is, have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell? Richard Kahn.
No.
Darren N. Dyke.
No.
Sarah Kellen.
No.
Doug Band.
She has no, like, exposure here. Like, she was not sex trafficking children, obviously. She has no reason to lie in this situation, right? Like, if she were to avoid the truth, it would make things worse. I believe every word that she's saying in this specific deposition, because this is a deposition led by right-wing nutcases who are going to try to tear her life apart anyway, and any lie that she tells is going to make it worse, even though there's, no reason to lie anyway.
Not that I recall.
Lawrence Summers.
No.
Larry Summers is who that is. I thought she had a connection to him. Isn't he like a Harvard professor and some kind of an economist or something? I'm not sure. I don't believe they have dirt on Bill Clinton. I really don't. I do not believe that Bill Clinton is implicated here. There is no evidence that Bill Clinton took part in any criminal activity whatsoever in the Epstein files. No evidence at all. In fact, the Secret Service was with him the entire time that he was around Epstein in any way, and it was for like this, what do you call it? Like a humanitarian trip to some African countries with Chris Tucker and some other people. And that was the extent of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't believe that he went to the island several times. I could be wrong. Let me see. Hang on. 1 second. Clinton. Let's see if I can, no need to wonder, just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. Give me a second here. No. Nope, he's never been on the island. No, he's never been on the island. Yeah, no flight logs show Clinton traveling to the island. Specifically, the 26 flights that he was on were to Africa, Asia, Europe for the Clinton Foundation work. The Secret Service had no record of a visit. Epstein himself wrote in a private 2015 email that Clinton was never, ever on the island, and he had no obvious reason to protect Clinton in a private conversation. And for what this is worth, not much, but Maxwell denied it under oath. He's never been on the island.
Huma Abedin.
Oh, Huma Abedin was Hillary Clinton's aide. And it was Anthony Weiner's wife. And the reason they're asking her this directly relates to Pizzagate and the Frazzle Drip QAnon conspiracy. We'll get there. I'll explain it.
Have I ever talked to her about this in preparation for this hearing? I have.
Outside of that,
Not that I recall.
Noam Chomsky.
No.
Leslie Groff.
No.
I don't know Leslie Groth. It's so sad that Noam Chomsky appears to be implicated in the files.
Nadia Marcinkova.
No.
John Luke Brunel.
No. I don't know most of these people. Should I tell you that I don't know who they are, or just tell you I never talked to them?
Just that you never talked to him,
Okay.
it's fine. Alan Dershowitz.
No.
That's, I believe, Donald Trump's personal lawyer. O.J. Simpson's lawyer, who got him out of the whole mess. And also was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, I believe. And got massages, quote unquote, from Jeffrey Epstein's girls.
Kathy Rumler.
No.
Bill Richardson.
No.
George Mitchell.
No.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew.
No.
Peter Mandelson.
No.
I don't know many of these people.
Reed Hoffman.
No.
Karina Shuliak.
No.
Bill Gates.
No.
Ehud Barak.
No.
Woody Allen.
No.
Sandy Berger.
No.
Jess Staley.
No.
Some of the people they're listing are like, their only connection to any of this is through Frazzle Drip and QAnon. That's it. That's probably why she's feeling exasperated by this right now. Because it's fucking absurd.
Paul Morris,
No.
Leon Black,
No.
Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayam,
No.
He's the guy who said, loved the torture video. He was in the email saying loved the torture video. And he's the CEO of the company that manages something like 10% of the world's shipments or shipping containers or whatever. Extremely influential person, complete piece of trash. And his name was protected by the Trump administration. They removed it from the Epstein files so that they could protect him from negative consequences. Fucking vile. Like, evil shit. These people are evil fucking human beings.
Leslie Wexner,
No.
Head of Victoria's Secret, also implicated in the files heavily.
Jack Kessler,
No.
Mark Middleton,
No.
Harvey Weinstein,
No.
Ellie de Rothschild,
No.
I'm not sure what that one is about. The Rothschilds or a Rothschild was like implicated. That family is part of a wide-ranging anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, a broad anti-Jewish conspiracy.
Ariane de Rothschild,
No.
Lynn Forrester de Rothschild,
No.
any other members of the de Rothschild family.
Why the fuck are you asking about the Rothschilds? I don't understand. What does this have to do with literally fucking anything? Like, all right, there's a book titled, what the fuck is the name of this book? I'll find the name of the book. Hang on. The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. And it's written by Mike Rothschild. No, that's not the book. That's a good book, but that's not the one. I can't remember the name of the book all of a sudden. Damn. Well, anyway, it talks about the Rothschilds, how they got their start, and who they were and why they became so hated and everything. Let me look in Audible. Maybe I had it in Audible and not like an actual book. Anyway, they were just a family who had a lot of money through trading currencies. So like local militias during the Napoleonic Wars would only take payment in their currency. And charging interest or whatever was kind of forbidden for Christians at the time, but not for Jews. So they made money through trading currency and through interest payments. And they became like the center of like massive conspiracy theories. I'm not seeing the book here. Exercising Hitler, Manufacturing Consent, Mutineer's Moon, The Last Shadow, Snowcrasher. Yeah, this is going back pretty far. I don't know what book it was. I'll find the name of it. We'll continue with this, but I will find the name.
No.
Glenn Dubin,
No.
Eva Anderson Dubin,
No.
Casey Wasserman,
No.
Larry Visoki,
No.
David Rogers,
No.
Ira Magaziner,
No.
Daniel Gilbert,
No.
Karen Ewing,
No.
Stacy Plaskett,
Not that I recall.
Howard Lutnick,
Yes, this is.
No.
I found the book. I found it. Jewish Space Lasers: The Rothschilds and 200 Years of Conspiracy Theories by Mike Rothschild. No relation to the family. He's just a dude. That's God. I could not remember the name of it. That's a phenomenally good book, though. But you guys should check it out if you haven't read it already.
Howard Lutnick,
No, not that I recall.
That's Trump's Secretary of Commerce, I think. And he's a complete piece of shit. Very implicated in Epstein's stuff. And was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor. Why are they asking her about Howard or whatever his name is? Why are they asking her about Lutnick? I don't understand. Why aren't they asking Donald fucking Trump about Lutnick?
Steve Bannon,
I don't know if I've ever met him. You all have to introduce me.
I take that as a no.
It's, okay, that's funny. Because he does know Steve Bannon. That's good.
Just to be absolutely clear, you've asked if I've ever communicated about Jeffrey Epstein, a man I never met, with any of these people, most of whom I've never heard of and certainly not met. That's the premise of your question.
Mr. Epstein or Mrs. Maxwell.
You did not say that.
I did say that in the beginning. I will repeat the question.
No, that's okay, but I didn't talk about her with any of these people either. I barely knew her.
David Gergen,
No.
Elon Musk,
No.
Abigail Johnson,
No.
Jeff Bezos,
No.
Wait, is Bezos implicated here?
Larry Page,
No.
Sergey Brin,
No.
I would like to know if he said Maxwell in the beginning. Current position. We'll jump back to this. Let me see if I can just zoom in here and find where this started, and we'll see if he's full of shit and lying. Hold on.
That's a tragedy. Survivor,
Eads,
not gamesmanship, leading, not grandstanding. And they expect you to survive the other way.
time now. Read.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
That's where it starts.
The time reads 11:34 a.m. The majority's time will begin now. Madam Secretary, in the interest of efficiency here today, I'm going to ask you one question followed by a list of names. The question can be answered yes or no. If you do indicate yes to any individual, I will come back and revisit that at the end. The question is, have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
He did. Fair enough, he did. Or Ghislaine Maxwell. All right, fair enough. I must have missed that the first go around. Okay.
Louis Freya,
No.
a new member arrived. Would they please introduce themselves for the record?
Wesley Bell, Congressional, Missouri 1st Congressional District.
Thank you, sir.
Can I intercede? Could you read back the initial premise of your question? Because I too did not hear.
Yes, ma'am. Have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine
I
Maxwell?
didn't hear the Maxwell piece, but we could ask her. It doesn't matter. It's the same answer, but I did not hear the Maxwell name in there.
He did. Apparently he did.
Understood.
So was the last name you said Larry Page?
The founder of Google? Why the fuck is he implicated in the Epstein files?
It was Sergey Brin.
Sergey was one of the founders of Google. It was Sergey and Larry Page, both together.
The last name I stated was Louis Frey. You indicated no, is that correct?
I think, do you need free?
Free, yes, ma'am.
Louis
No,
Free.
no,
And Sarah Kay.
no. And these are all, to the best of my recollection, as I say, many of these people I've never heard of. Most of these people I've never had a relationship with, although I know their name. Some of them are deceased. But I was not communicating about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, as I understand what you're asking me, contacting people about them. That did not happen.
Is there anyone that you had a conversation with about Ghislaine Maxwell?
Oh, I'm sure I've talked about Ghislaine Maxwell, and especially in preparation for this hearing.
And outside of conversations with your counsel, what did you talk about Ms. Maxwell?
I don't recall any conversations about Miss Maxwell, but I knew her casually, so I can't tell you that I never had a conversation that mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell's name, because I don't recall that.
Understood. And you say that you knew Ms. Maxwell casually. What does that mean?
Just what I said. I knew her primarily as someone who dated someone that I knew.
And who was that individual?
Ted Waite.
And who was Ted Waite?
Ted Waite was a successful, as I recall, software developer.
And roughly when would the first time Ms. Maxwell would have come up in relation to Mr. Waite?
I don't recall, but, perhaps sometime around 2010, because he was invited to my daughter's wedding and she was his guest.
So Chelsea Clinton, her daughter, got married, and some software developer knew Jeffrey Epstein and had him come as the plus one. Epstein appears to have been kind of obsessed with the Clintons. Like, he had a painting of Bill Clinton in his thing or whatever for some reason. He found his way to Chelsea Clinton's wedding, even though he wasn't invited.
You ever spoken with Ms. Maxwell personally, yourself?
I'm sure I have, yes.
Did you estimate on how many occasions?
Not many. I didn't see her very often.
When would the first occasion have been?
I have no recollection.
Did your first interaction with Ms. Maxwell occur while President Clinton was President of the United States and you were First Lady of the United States?
No, I do not recall ever meeting her while Bill was still in the White House.
Did Mr. Waite ever inform you what Ms. Maxwell did for a living?
Not that I recall.
I mean, Maxwell's dad was a CIA agent, if I'm not mistaken. Extremely influential, extremely powerful. And as we know, all of these powerful people know each other. So I would be surprised if Hillary had never met Maxwell. Yeah, and another good point that These for a pain, I think says, why hasn't Melania been like subpoenaed to appear here? When I believe, I could be mistaken here, I think the Epstein files that were released prove that Melania was one of Epstein's trafficking victims. And that's how she ended up, and that's part of the reason why she ended up in Trump's clutches.
Did anyone ever indicate to you what Ms. Maxwell did for a living?
Not that I recall.
I mean, nothing. She could do nothing and still be filthy fucking rich. These people don't need to do anything for a living. Like, most of these people don't do anything for a living.
When would the last time have been that you either communicated with Ms. Maxwell, even if not directly yourself, but been around Ms. Maxwell?
The best of my recollection is at the wedding in 2010.
Would you consider Ms. Maxwell a friend?
No.
Would you consider her a friend of President Clinton?
He'll have to answer that.
That was a good answer, but the answer is no. Like, Jeffrey Epstein was not connected to Bill Clinton in any way outside of the Clinton Foundation trips that he made with Chris Tucker and some other people. Like, you know, in 2002 or something.
Would you consider Miss Maxwell a friend of your daughter?
She probably was friendlier with her than I was. Because
That's interesting. She was going to say she'll have to answer that and then decided she doesn't want to drag her into this. Totally understandable. So she actually answered the question for her. Because she didn't want her to have to come in.
because I didn't see her very often.
How often would your daughter have seen Miss Maxwell?
I have no idea. But again, it was in the context of her being in a relationship with Ted Waite.
Oh, wait a minute. Chelsea Clinton married Ted Waite, who knew Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what it was?
Anyone else in your family have a relationship of some kind with Miss Maxwell?
Well, that's my family. You asked about Bill and Chelsea.
And just to make clear for the record, have you ever met Jeffrey Epstein?
I do not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. In preparation for this hearing, I was told that he attended an event at the White House that was put on by the White House Historical Association. But I have no recollection of that.
And only that one time at the White House Historical Association?
That's the only time that I'm aware of that I might have possibly been in the same room with him.
Did you have an initial impression of Mr. Epstein?
I have no recollection of Mr. Epstein. I'm just told that he was in a room at a dinner that we were hosting for the White House Historical Association.
What was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
I knew nothing about him. He was there as an invited guest by the White House Historical Association. That's my best recollection.
And no one else informed you of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
No, but we had hundreds and thousands of people who came to the White House. I was not informed of what people did or didn't do for work, especially someone that I never even had a conversation with.
Do you know who invited Mr. Epstein to the White House?
I can only tell you what I know, which is that he apparently was a guest invited by the White House Historical Association to attend a dinner to thank people who gave money to the White House Historical Association for the upkeep and maintenance of the White House.
So the organization that manages the White House or whatever takes donation. Who the fuck is donating to maintain the White House? What the fuck? What kind of a fucking psychopath takes money out of their account that they earned from their hard fucking work and gives it to an organization that maintains the fucking White House? Anyway, so this organization maintains the White House and Jeffrey Epstein donated to it. Now we know what kind of psycho does that. Okay. Asking what she thought when she met him, she just said she didn't know him. Yeah.
That's what I was informed of in preparation for coming here.
Yes, ma'am. And understanding we focused the last few questions on your time in the White House with President Clinton. After that time period of President Clinton's administration, did anyone ever tell you what Mr. Epstein did for a living?
I don't recall ever talking about Mr. Epstein. He was not on my radar. He was not somebody that I had any connection to.
Bogos Blinted said, rich people donate for tax breaks. Yeah, but to maintaining the White House, you don't think that, like, you can find something better to donate to, like fucking homeless people or kids with cancer or something? Like, literally not one single fucking thing better to spend your money on than maintaining the White House? Okay.
When President Clinton was traveling with Mr. Epstein on Clinton Foundation business.
Talking about 2002 to 2003, I believe. And Clinton flew on the jet for some period of time so he could give talks in Asia and on, like, HIV and stuff, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
No one associated with the foundation at that time discussed Mr. Epstein with you?
Not that I recall. I was not involved with the foundation. I was a senator from New York, and I was deeply committed to my work, and it became one of the most intense experiences of my life when we were attacked on 9/11. I was not involved with what was happening to create the foundation, to create the work that was done to get low-cost drugs for AIDS. I knew about the work. I didn't know about the details.
Hey, that's a good point, you know? Like, she was a senator for New York State during 9/11. That is some intense shit right there. That makes total sense that she would not, like, be aware of what was going on, or she would have too much shit going on or whatever, right?
Understood. And to be clear, you never had any communication yourself with Mr. Epstein, whether that be face-to-face interaction, phone calls, emails, text messages?
You can answer it again.
I have no recollection in any way of ever having any conversation at the White House or in any other place or on any kind of device of any sort. I knew nothing about him.
And when did you learn of Mr. Epstein's 2006 indictment and subsequent arrest leading to his incarceration in 2008?
I have no idea. I was not paying attention. I was running for re-election in 2006. I ran for president in 2007, 2008. I don't know that I ever learned about it until much later when more things came out about him.
Understood. And when did you first learn of Mr. Epstein's arrest in 2019?
Probably when it happened, because it was headline news. I'm sure I, like everybody else, saw it in the press.
And in seeing that in the press, did you discuss Mr. Epstein or his case at the time with anyone?
I'm sure we did, because it was a, big story.
And Mr. Epstein died in custody following his 2019 arrest.
And of course, they blame Hillary Clinton for that. They say that Hillary Clinton murdered him or some shit. Like, the view that they have of Hillary Clinton is so insane. It is fucking wild.
When would you have learned of his death?
Whenever it was reported.
They genuinely believe her to be a murderer. Like, she murders children on a regular basis. It's fucking insane. I don't know how that happened. I mean, I know that it was QAnon that like really formed out this insane viewpoint on Hillary, but my God, dude, how the fuck did people fall for such insanity? We really underestimate how fucking unglued from reality QAnon was. They were absolutely fucking nuts. And are, honestly, they are nuts. What idiot is currently talking? I'm not actually sure. I think maybe a court reporter? I don't know. I don't recognize the voice. I'd recognize it if it was Comer. I'd recognize it if it was Comer or Boebert or something.
Back slightly a question. You said you likely would have talked to someone regarding his arrest in 2019. Who would you have discussed that with?
Whoever was around. I mean, it was a big story, as you recall. It was a very big story. I don't have any specific recollections. It wasn't something that I was particularly focused on, but it was a big story.
And going back to Miss Ghislaine Maxwell, when did you learn of her arrest in 2021?
Again, whenever it was reported as happening.
And did you discuss that with anyone?
I'm sure I did. It was another big story.
And who would those discussions have been with?
I don't have any specific recollection.
Again, why aren't they asking like Melania or Donald Trump or whoever about this? Like, this is so far down on the list of importance. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
So moving forward in time just a little bit, you were Secretary of State under President Obama, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it was during his first term, 2009 to 2013?
That's correct.
And after you completed your time as Secretary of State, did you return in any role to the Clinton Foundation?
I did. I became active in it at that point.
And by being active in it, could you describe that for us, please?
Tried to support the work that Bill and my daughter and the team had done, and look for ways to be helpful. It was something that I wanted to make sure I could support.
And
so this is after being Secretary of State, before running in 2016.
And please correct me if I'm wrong. You rejoined as a board member, is that right?
That may have been the first time I was a board member. I don't remember. Either the first or the second time. Yeah.
And speaking of, it sounds like you were heavily involved when you returned to the foundation, or I guess started with the foundation at this point. In trying to accomplish those goals and initiatives, what were you doing, broadly speaking, on a daily basis, monthly basis, that sort of thing?
Well, I wanted to start a program about early learning for kids, and so we started something called Too Small to Fail, which I was very actively involved in with my daughter, and we worked with pediatricians and other people to help parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles read, talk, and sing to their children so that they could help build brain cells. That was a major priority of mine, and
That's interesting.
I'm very proud of what we've built and the difference that it's made in, millions of kids' lives. I certainly did what I could to support the work that we do overseas through the Clinton Global Initiative, which has had a terrific track record of bringing people together to work in partnerships, to make commitments, to try to improve everything from, clean water to solar energy to improved education, all of the priorities that the partners we have bring to us that we try to help them with.
And thank you for that, Madam Secretary. We've had a few members join us. Would you guys please announce yourselves for the record?
Yes, Pat Fallon, 4th District of Texas. Scott Perry, 10th District of Pennsylvania.
Thank you both.
So these sound like Republicans?
You're the last person.
Mr. Perry, Scott Perry.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Scott Perry.
And Madam Secretary, as a board member, what type of responsibilities does that entail?
Attending the board meetings, approving the agenda of work for the year.
Yeah, I'm on a board of the SSA. And it's things like making decisions for the organization, steering it generally, coming up with ideas for how to generate new revenue and different committees and stuff. I wonder if they're going to talk about our committee assignments. That'd be interesting.
Budget that goes with it, that kind of responsibility.
And you mentioned the Clinton Global Initiative. Just for clarity, I will likely refer to that as CGI as we go forward with this. CGI is a part of the Clinton Foundation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what was your role with CGI at this time period, right after you left being Secretary of State?
It was, again, to, support the staff that put together both the annual meeting, but also work during the year with our partners who'd made commitments to help them fulfill their commitments. So, if there were a meeting about a commitment that was made to get clean water to some very remote place, if there were a meeting, I might be invited to it to meet with the partners, to encourage them. It was mostly around the work that
So she would be like, for example, in my context, she would be like on the development committee where they're trying to bring in new donors, they're trying to generate new revenue, that kind of thing. Okay. That makes sense. As a public figure, that's kind of your role. Like, I'm sad to say my role in public or my role in boards will probably always be relegated to generating revenue for the organization as a public figure. I mean, I could be on like governance or whatever if I wanted, but yeah, I think my role will always be related to generating revenue.
happens throughout the year in preparation for the annual meeting.
And forgive my ignorance, please. What happens at those annual meetings?
The annual meetings are a way for people to come together to make commitments that they have previewed with our staff. So I'll give you an example. Probably around, I don't know, somewhere between 12 and 15 years ago, I don't know specifically, Matt Damon, the actor, came to the Clinton Global Initiative because he said he really cared about clean water, and could we connect him with people that he could work with to get more clean water in more places in the world? So we did. We connected him to this gentleman who was a real expert on clean water. They started working together. They created something called water.org, which was a Clinton Global Initiative commitment that was made at the annual meeting.
That is super interesting. So they find a person with a lot of money, and then they connect them with people who can execute a plan and make a plan in the first place. And then they build it out as a subsidiary section of this organization. That is very interesting.
And then our staff worked with them, and I think it's fair to say that, you know, they've been one of the most successful organizations in actually delivering clean water. But it's that kind of work. It's people who might have a good idea, maybe they've got some resources, maybe they have some experience. I'll give you another idea. So Procter & Gamble called us and said, one of our scientists, one of our chemists in the UK has created this packet of chemicals that can literally make the dirtiest water clean enough to drink.
That's cool as shit, right?
But we don't know what to do with it because we're a consumer company that sells products to middle-class people. This is something that would go to the very poor. What do we do with it if we come to CGI? Can you connect us with somebody who can help us? So we connected them with World Vision, and I think maybe one or two other organizations. And so they used the packets to literally go around the world cleaning water. And Bill went with them, Chelsea went with them, and they would go to rural Myanmar or rural Kenya, and they would take this bucket of dirty water and they'd dump the packet in, and then my daughter and my husband would drink it to show that it was clean. And that was a CGI commitment. We bring together.
That is really cool, actually. Like, in all seriousness, I think the Clintons have been a massive force for good. I know their reputation kind of precedes them in a negative way, but some of the shit that they did is really, really helpful, valuable, fascinating, and useful.
Their governments, local, state, national, businesses, philanthropies, NGOs, academics, anybody who has a good idea that we can help them work on and try to fulfill. That's what we do.
And thank you. The Clinton Foundation started shortly thereafter. Your husband, President Clinton, left office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And CGI started a few years later. Is that right?
I think that's right. I think it started maybe 2005, maybe. I'm not sure.
And does CGI or the foundation more broadly perform any work in sex trafficking or human trafficking around the world?
There may be partners who make commitments about that. We have thousands and thousands of commitments, so I can't answer yes or no, but it might be an area that some of our commitment makers would be focused on.
And
they've done a lot of good, but a lot of bad. Trump would have won. I don't think Trump would have won had he been against Bernie. What bad have they done? I haven't heard. Elaborate a little bit. I'm curious. The Clinton Foundation seems decent to me. Maybe I just don't know.
how did the foundation, the Clinton Foundation, how did that idea come to fruition? Was that your idea, President Clinton's idea?
Oh, no, the Clinton Foundation was all Bill's idea. He set it up as he was leaving the White House. It was the entity that raised the money to build the Clinton Presidential Center, and then to carry on the work that he wanted to do. You know, shortly after he got out of the White House, he and Nelson Mandela were asked to come to the annual AIDS conference to see whether the two of them could do something that needed to be done, which was to try to stem the epidemic of HIV/AIDS. And so Bill started out trying to figure out how to deal with this problem and came to the conclusion that the best way would be to lower the price of the drugs that were being used in the United States but were too expensive to be used around the world, in order to treat more people. And I really give huge credit to both Bill's idea about how to do that, but also huge credit to President George W. Bush, because when President Bush took Bill to Pope John Paul's funeral in Rome, he and Bill were talking because President Bush...
I believe Pope John Paul was a complete sack of shit, if I remember correctly. He was like just a complete fucking monster and was obsessed with like communists, like all the way up to his death. It was absurd, and was willing to side with borderline Nazis if it meant destroying communism.
Bush was coming forward with the PEPFAR program. And so he and Bill were talking, and President Bush was very committed to this, and Bill was very committed. And so Bill said to President Bush, I now have generic drugs being made in places like India that are much cheaper than the brand name drugs, and you could, with tax money, treat many more people. And so President Bush, to his credit, said, yeah, but my folks tell me that the drugs aren't as good as ours. And Bill said, I'll give them to you, you give them to the FDA, you test them, and I'll abide by your test. I think you can ask him if you want tomorrow, but I think he gave, I don't know, like 24 drugs, and the FDA approved 22, and President Bush was as good as his word. And so we began as the United States and the Clinton Foundation, because of that connection and that partnership, we began treating millions of people with low-cost drugs with federal PEPFAR money, saving millions of lives. Sadly, that's going to be reversed because of the attitudes of this administration and the cutbacks, but it was one of the great services to humanity. And I give President Bush and I give my husband enormous credit for doing something that wasn't going to get them headlines, wasn't going to get them, some kind of, statue put up, but was saving millions of lives, preventing mother-to-child transmission, preventing, people from dying. So,
mad respect. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what he was doing.
And thank you for that. Did Mr. Band play a significant role in helping set up the foundation initially?
Yes, he did.
Not sure who that is.
And when CGI was initially created, whose idea was that?
It was Bill's idea. He went to Davos, and
she's throwing out words that QAnoners are going to attach to like fucking mad. Davos is basically just like a worldwide conference every year where a lot of rich people come together to talk about what they, philanthropy or whatever. But in conspiracy theorists' minds, it's the heart of the Great Reset conspiracy theory. And, QAnoners and everybody, they latch on to that in an insane way, sadly. She probably shouldn't have said that word, but what can you do? You got to tell the truth, I guess, in these.
He called me after he'd been at Davos, and he said, a lot of interesting people, but they don't do anything but talk. And I have a better idea. Why don't we get people together? And yeah, they can talk, but they have to make commitments, and they have to follow through on the commitments. And we could have an annual meeting that would bring people who were willing to make commitments. And that was his idea, and I thought it was a really good idea, and I encouraged him to go out and see if he could put it together.
Are you aware of Are you aware of anyone else helping formulate the idea for CGI?
Oh, I think he talked to a lot of people. I couldn't tell you who, but he talked to a lot of people.
Did Mr. Epstein have a role in shaping the formation of CGI?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
Did Glenn Maxwell have any role in shaping CGI?
I don't have any idea about that.
And of course, Lauren Boebert is sitting in the corner, seething with rage. She knows that she was cutting kids' faces off and drinking their blood.
I will enter as Majority Exhibit 11 the interview between Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Miss Ghislaine Maxwell from July of 2025.
So this is Trump's lawyer and Ghislaine Maxwell, where he convinced her to basically say Trump had nothing to do with anything, didn't even know Jeffrey Epstein or whatever, and she would get a reduced sentence.
We'll get you all a copy momentarily.
Both of the people to whom he just referred are vile, evil scumbags who deserve to rot in hell because of how fucking evil they are. Ghislaine Maxwell and Todd Blanche, the root of all evil, those two people are.
And I'm sorry, what was this exhibit?
This will be Majority 11.
Wiki on John Paul II attempted to improve the Catholic Church's relations with Judaism, Islam, and the Eastern Orthodox Church in the spirit of ecumenism, holding atheism as the greatest threat. Yes, and communism. He was an absolutely evil piece of shit. For sure. I don't think the Clintons or the Foundation have done that much evil, honestly. I think 95% of the shit that we hear about these people is kind of stretched news coverage that doesn't fairly represent them, in my opinion. But I'm willing to take a look at literally anything, you know, just present evidence and I will take a look at it. That's what I'm interested in.
I would like to direct your attention to page 263.
Okay.
You know, one of the more devastating things, in my opinion, about Trump being the president right now of all moments in history is that he's the president through AI. And he's not thinking about regulating it in any way. He's thinking about how he can manipulate it to hurt his enemies, which is exactly what the regulation should exist to prevent, obviously, that type of shit. I don't think that AI is bad inherently. I think it's an incredibly valuable tool, but I think that that tool can be used for bad, like horrifying evils, and it needs to be regulated desperately. And instead of regulating, he's setting out to use it in the worst way possible, which is disturbing as fucking shit. That's one thing that history will remember about this moment. We have an AI boom that's going completely unregulated because the president doesn't fucking care. I mean, it's worse than he doesn't even care. It's that he is setting out to use it to his benefit. It's really disturbing.
And on page 263, Ms. Maxwell tells Mr. Blanche that she had a role in shaping CGI. You said you were not aware of Ms. Maxwell having any role in shaping CGI.
I was not involved in the creation of CGI. Again, I was in the United States Senate. I was not involved in the work that was done to set up CGI.
No one discussed the formation of CGI with you?
That it was going to be set up, but I don't have any specific recollection of having any specific knowledge of it, no.
Did Mr. Epstein help craft the idea or formulation?
She literally just fucking said, I wasn't there when it happened. I have no fucking clue.
Of CGI?
I don't have any idea. I don't know anything about that.
You're talking about CGI is the Clinton Global Initiative, and it's some like, I don't know, some kind of method of spreading like medicines and stuff to impoverished areas of the world, basically, is what I understand.
Is it possible that Ms. Maxwell had a role in creating CGI?
I'm not going to speculate. I'm here to tell you what I know, and I don't know anything about that.
Understood. And is it possible Mr. Epstein had a role in crafting CGI?
I'm not going to speculate about that either because, you know, I have no way of knowing that because I have no direct knowledge.
I will enter now as Majority Exhibit 12. This will be a letter from Mr. Epstein's attorneys. I will give you a second for it to be passed out. This is a letter dated July 6, 2007. It is from Gerald B. Lefcourt. He was an attorney for Mr. Epstein. He sent this to the prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida. That would be
Pam Bondi. Maybe that's not the prosecutor, but Pam Bondi was the Florida Attorney General who let Epstein off with all of this.
Sloman, Minchell, Lori, and Villafania. And I will direct your attention to page 21. That top paragraph on page 21, it says, quote, Mr. Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative, which is described as a project bringing together a community of global leaders to devise and implement innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. Again, is it possible that Mr. Epstein played a role in crafting CGI?
I have no idea is the correct answer here. She has no clue.
I have no idea what he did or what he said he did, and I have no way to testify to the veracity of either. I was not involved.
Have you seen this document before?
No.
And again, Lauren Boebert is sitting in the corner. That lying bitch, just pissed off, you know, gritting her teeth, just infuriated that she's not talking about Pizzagate right now instead. She should be talking about QAnon and her role in it.
The Clinton Foundation accepts donations as part of carrying out its work. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's how pretty much every fucking nonprofit works. Good job.
And when seeking, let me take a step back. People charitably provide donations to the foundation.
It's a 501c3, yes.
That's how it fucking works, dumbass.
And do you or anyone else at the foundation ever solicit donations for the foundation?
You got gummy bears in your ears? That's how it fucking works.
I'm sure that happens. People talk to us, we talk to people, they ask questions about the work that's being done, and I'm sure that happened in the years before I was involved.
Did you solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein for the foundation?
I had no contact with Jeffrey Epstein. I did not solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein.
Did you solicit any funds for the foundation from Ms. Maxwell?
I did not. Again, we're talking about the creation of the foundation. I was not involved in the creation of the foundation or the creation of CGI. In those early years, I was incredibly focused on my job in the Senate. Bill was focused on setting up the foundation and starting CGI.
Like, I feel so bad for Hillary, really. Think about it. What would it be like for you to be married to somebody or have a boyfriend or whatever, or a girlfriend? Imagine having a girlfriend, and the thing that your partner becomes most famous and well known for is infidelity. They slept with somebody, like, other than you, obviously. Imagine what that would be like, having to deal with literal depositions in criminal and civil courts and in front of Congress about your husband or your wife or whatever sleeping with somebody. And she stayed with Bill. Imagine that shit. Imagine having a girlfriend. I'm already out, okay? But imagine having to deal with that shit. That would be fucking awful. Imagine having a girlfriend. It's diabolical. Sorry, guys. But you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. It would be so fucking awful. Like, that is some shit that you don't want to deal with anyway. That is some shit that would tear you apart. And there were conspiracy theories that formed up around it and everything. Like, the most evil human beings on planet Earth are spreading this shit. Like Kenneth Starr, for example, the impeachment lawyer or whatever, who impeached Bill Clinton for, you know, saying that he wasn't sleeping with Monica Lewinsky at that moment or whatever the fuck stupid shit it was. You know what it was? You know why he was impeached? Because he said, I did not sleep with Monica Lewinsky. I did not have sex with that woman. When in reality, I guess it kind of depends on your definition of sex, right? But why the fuck is it any of Kenneth Starr's business exactly? Why is it his business? Why is it anybody's fucking business? It's not, right? It's egregious and horrifying that their personal lives were torn apart to such a degree. It's just wrong. Like, really, really wrong. Feels to me.
And understanding you were occupied with your career as a senator and then your presidential campaign leading up to 2008, but at this time, were you discussing starting the CGI with President Clinton?
I'm going to object to any communications between the two of them. You can ask generally, but that's covered by the marital communications privilege.
Understood. So generally speaking.
I am sure that I talked to my husband about what he was doing to set up the foundation. It was more on the substance of the work. How many drugs was he getting made in India? What was the, idea that was going to motivate, CGI to be what he wanted it to be? It was not in the weeds. It was the concept. It was, the excitement that he had about trying to establish the foundation and CGI.
And similar question for Mr. Band. Did you discuss the creation of CGI with Mr. Band?
I may have, because he was around. He worked for my husband. He was a personal aide to my husband, but I don't have any recollections of any specific conversations.
Like, you know, when you think about it, Democrats, I try to think to myself, like, is this a strictly Republican problem where they treat people like shit and they drag them through the mud and they literally impeach a president over an affair that he had? Like, why is it anybody's fucking business outside of, you know, Bill and Hillary, or collectively Billary? Why is it anybody but Billary's problem? It's not, obviously. And, you know, they do the same thing to Donald Trump, but that's kind of fucking deserved, right? Didn't he actually take advantage of children? That's completely fucking deserved on Donald Trump's part, but not on, like, Bill and Hillary's part. Seriously. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Also, I heard that Greg Locke was arrested. I was going to talk about it. I might as well pull it up right now. Let me just hang on. Anyway, tell us what you think about it in the comments. This is honestly just sad. All right, let's talk about Greg Locke. Progress Only sent me this morning. Oop. And let me just pull this up. 1 second. Here we are. Okay. Apparently, Greg Locke was arrested. It says driving on a revoked, suspended, or canceled driver's license, and he was bonded out, apparently. Lebanon, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. At 1 p.m. on March 3rd, apparently. Well, I guess he responded to it. As far as I can tell, it's real. Let me just look this up. Hold on. 1 second. I'm just looking it up. Was Greg Locke arrested? Tennessee pastor clarifies viral claim. Greg Locke, a Protestant preacher and pastor from Lebanon, Tennessee, has hit back at the social media users spreading the claims about his recent arrest. The rumor went viral after a Mount Juliet police booking record surfaced online. According to the document with a mugshot of Pastor Greg Locke, he was briefly detained for driving while his license was canceled, suspended, or revoked. The Tennessee preacher addressed the claims on a Facebook post and denied getting arrested. To everyone jumping on a silly bandwagon, I did not get arrested today or ever. I went to the booking room voluntarily with my counsel because my license was unknowingly suspended over not sending in proof of insurance after I paid a ticket months ago. Whoop. It's seriously not a big deal. I have a court date on March 23rd to prove that I did and do have insurance. Simple as that. Doesn't even go against my record. Just something else for people to talk about. If you have a mugshot, you got arrested, says this person. You do not need to turn yourself in or get booked simply because your license is suspended. This is typically an administrative action, not an arrestable offense in itself. That's funny, dude. I love that shit. As a former cop, I can assure you that tickets, court summons, etc. are considered arrests whether you're taken into custody or not. Okay, I don't know about that, but tickets are not considered an arrest. That's incorrect. When they're talking about you, they're leaving someone else alone. Okay. God, the defenses are absurd. That's why it's important for people to pay attention to that one commandment that says, thou shalt not bear false witness. When you really understand that, you become real careful of what you share unknowingly. I mean, Greg Locke was arrested. He's lying here. This is him lying, right? Falsifying information intentionally and knowingly with the intent to deceive people, right? Is that not like perjuring yourself in the way the Bible would word it? as far as I can tell, here's what happened. Locke's response on Facebook is doing some semantic gymnastics, obviously. He claims he wasn't arrested, says he went to the booking room voluntarily with his attorney because his license had been unknowingly suspended over a failure to send in proof of insurance after paying a ticket. He says he has a court date on March 23rd to prove he had insurance, and it won't go on his record. It's super easy to prove that you have insurance. You call your insurance company right there on the phone with the police officer, and that's the end of it. I've been in that exact situation where I didn't have proof of insurance, but I had insurance. So the cop just let me call my insurance company or pull it up on their website or whatever. It's not hard. But he was booked. There's a booking record with a mugshot. Whether you call that an arrest or voluntary booking is a distinction without a difference, honestly. But he was detained, processed, and released. His framing of, I didn't get arrested today or ever, is a lie. I mean, Greg Locke claims himself that he was arrested like 6 times as a teenager or something. Look, check this out. I grew up, this is a quote from Greg Locke. I grew up right here in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. We only had like 5,000 or 6,000 people in it, and it grew up through the years. Greg told Eric Metaxas in November 2020. Oh, God, not that fucking guy. He continued, I moved away, and I was actually in state's custody. I was arrested 6 times, on probation 5 times. I was just a wayward teenager. My father was in the Tennessee State Penitentiary for about 10 years, and I hated my stepdad. So I was actually shipped off to a boys' home, and I became a Christian 10 days after I got there. So, were you lying then, or are you lying now, Greg? I didn't get arrested today or ever? Are you kidding? The dude is completely full of shit. Every word out of his fucking mouth. According to the viral booking record, Greg Locke, whose full name is Gregory D. Locke, was detained on March 3rd at 12:52 p.m. The same document states that the pastor was released 6 minutes later, implying that he was briefly taken into custody for booking rather than arrested. That's literally being arrested. What? It's not the first time Greg Locke has encountered allegations against himself. Last December, the pastor addressed the financial mismanagement and spiritual abuse accusations. According to the Roy's report, the founder of Global Vision Bible Church lambasted the accusers in a fiery rant. I remember that. According to the Roy's report, Justin and Casey Greenwell, former online pastors at Global Vision Bible Church, posted their resignation online in a Facebook post in December 2025. Yeah, I covered it at the time. The couple accused Pastor Greg Locke of financial mismanagement and spiritual abuse, which he addressed a few days later. The preacher blasted the accusers by asserting that they were trying to destroy the work of God, per TRR. Greg Locke said during the rant, quote, I was going to be real calm and humble, but I'm sick of people trying to destroy the work of God over a bunch of lies and a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of foolishness. Locke avoided directly naming the couple, as he asserted, because I wish them no evil, I wish them no harm. He also reacted to the financial mismanagement allegations and added, any person in our church that gives a dime to this church can see the books anytime you want to. We've always said that. Nobody asked. That's not true. People have asked. Those 2 people asked, and he refused. According to TRR, Locke later told the outlet that he had shared the church's finances with the staffers. During his rant, the preacher also took a jibe at the Greenwell couple over their plan to launch a book about their experience at his church. Per TRR, Greg Locke asserted that the former pastors started writing their book while they were still on Global Vision's payroll. He's just looking for some reason to attack them. Anyway, wow, that is fascinating. So yeah, it sounds like he was arrested and he's lying. He's fabricating information so that he doesn't face accountability. Why does he lie? Just tell the fucking truth. I don't understand. This coming from somebody who appointed himself an apostle.
The Bible says in 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and in verse 28, the Lord has appointed to the church, first, apostles, second, prophets, third, teachers.
This is at Greg's church. Greg is having some dude appoint him and his wife apostles of God. Not just pastors, not just church planters or whatever the fuck, but actual full-blown apostles of Jesus.
We are here today, Pastor Greg, Pastor Ty, today also to say Apostle Greg and Apostle Ty, to officially recognize what so many have recognized for many years. 9 months ago, in this place, Pastor Mike Signorelli gave a word at the end of the National Deliverance Conference. Something was conceived in the Spirit that today we're giving birth to.
Sounds hot.
Amen? Amen. And so today is the official apostolic installation service. Jesus Christ Loves Global Vision Bible Church so much that he not only has given them once an evangelist, a teacher, a prophet, a pastor, but now an apostle.
So the point is that he's a complete fucking scumbag and lies for a living. I'm telling you, dude. Like, I don't understand how he's come to the conclusion that he can be an apostle with so many lies on his record. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. The dude is absolutely absurd. All right, that'll work. And there was something else I wanted to talk about. It was, before I forget, hang on. Hot as the dickens up in this piece right now. Let me turn my fan up and my heat down. It's the fireplace. That's why it's so hot in here. Let me pull some of these up. Hold on. Okay, this should do. HuffPost. What's this one? The New Republic. Let's see, is this in here? It should be. I hope it is. Oh my god, all the fucking ads, dude. I'm not seeing it. All right, hold on. Check this out. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. All right, let me rephrase. Check this out. U.S. military commander addressing his troops. President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. That is fucking disturbing. It's how I feel when mid-rolls kick in on your stream. I'm sorry. Listen to this. Mr. Weinstein, thank you for taking my calls and the calls of some of my colleagues as to what happened earlier this morning with our combat unit. Please protect my identity and the identities of those I'm speaking for as we discussed. Our unit is not currently in the combat zone AOR regarding the Iranian attacks, but we are in a ready support function where we could be deployed there at any moment to join and augment the combat operations as participants. I am a non-commissioned officer in our unit. This morning, our commander opened up the combat readiness status briefing by urging us to not be afraid as to what is happening with our combat operations in Iran right now. He urged us to tell our troops that this is all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. He said that President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. He had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy. Our commander would probably be described as a Christian nationalist, I assume, or I can't read the rest. As a Christian, it says. That's fucking disturbing. Listen to this.
Democracy with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always.
War is not hell. There are no innocent bystanders in hell, as they say. But aside from that, it sounded like he was saying, many of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America.
So anyway,
I'm Emily Romaine, and here.
Sorry. So anyway, the point is that this is like a religious war. They are waging a religious war, a new crusade, if you will. Not this time, not to convert the Muslims, convert or die, but to bring about Jesus' return. Like, you know, during George W. Bush and his whole reign, if you will, that's what it was about. That's what Iraq was about during Bush. He said that. He said it to Jacques Chirac, the French president. This is the battle of Gog and Magog. But he said it behind closed doors. They don't feel the need to say it behind closed doors anymore, which is nice in a sense, because at least we're getting the full, honest picture. But holy shit, this is fucking psychotic. For some U.S. military commanders, the emerging war in Iran is part of a biblical plan to bring about the end of the world as we know it, according to complaints filed by over 100 service members. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation has received a litany of complaints about religious ideology seeping into military orders since the U.S. and Israel began bombing Iran. Independent journalist John Larson first reported. Mikey Weinstein, founder and president of MRFF, a nonprofit group established 21 years ago that focuses on ensuring constitutional protections for service members, spoke with HuffPost by phone Tuesday morning and illuminated some details of the complaints, which have come from more than 36 military units situated in at least 30 different military installations. That means this was probably a global order that they gave, like a universal order or speech or whatever, that all military people were supposed to receive. Everybody. If it came from 30 different locations, 100 different people, this is a global order. This shit is fucking psychotic. We started getting calls in the wee hours of Saturday morning from people saying their commanders were just jubilant about this and trying to tell people, don't worry, it's all part of God's plan, Weinstein said. This is horrifying. They are literally murdering people for no fucking reason. They are murdering people because that's what you do in a religious war, I guess. Weinstein said the metric promised that in the Bible's book of Revelation is horrifying and should worry everyone. They are promised a 200-mile-long river that is 4.5 feet deep, filled with nothing but the blood that their weaponized version of Jesus will spill at the Battle of Armageddon, Weinstein said. That is a lot of blood. Part of what makes the accounts so disturbing, Weinstein said, is that service members aren't able to push back when they're given orders that blur the line regarding separation of church and state. This is all about time, place, and manner, he said. If you're being proselytized to by your superior, you can't say, "Get out of my face." Under the military's criminal code of justice, insubordination is considered a felony. One of the complaints MRFF received over the weekend came from a non-commissioned officer currently stationed outside of Iran but awaiting deployment at a moment's notice. That officer filed the complaint on behalf of himself and 15 other troops, all of whom are of different religious backgrounds. For their protection, MRFF is keeping the identity of these service members anonymous. The non-commissioned officer, who is Christian, reported to MRFF that a commander told them to tell fellow troops that the war in Iran was all part of God's divine plan. The commander allegedly cited the Book of Revelation and the section specifically referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. The non-commissioned officer said the messaging from higher-ups is not only destroying morale and unit cohesion among troops, but they also believe the commanders are flagrantly violating their oaths to uphold the Constitution, which guarantees the freedom of religion. 100%, absolutely. According to the complaint first reported by Larson, the commander said President Donald Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. The commander had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy, the complaint said, as we read at the beginning. I and my fellow troops know that it is completely wrong to have to suffer through what our commander said today. It's not just a separation of church and state. It's the fact that our commander feels as though he is fully supported and justified by the entire... I lost my place. By the entire combat unit's name, chain of command, to inflict his Armageddon views of our attack on Iran on those of us beneath him in the chain of command, the officer wrote. Weinstein said some service members called him on Sunday to report that they were being invited to Bible studies at their commander's personal homes to discuss how this is all part of the plan and it's all being lived out in the Book of Revelation and Christian eschatology. Commanders were in a hurry to get subordinates on board, according to the complaints received by MRFF. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. One of the most disturbing parts about this whole thing is that Donald Trump and, well, I don't even know that Donald Trump believes any of this. Probably not, right? But like Pete Hegseth and others are trying to spark Armageddon. They're trying to spark Armageddon. By the way, this isn't just one commander that's saying this. This is a command or a speech being provided all the way down the chain. From the Secretary of Defense all the way down to every service member. This is not just one nutcase in the military. This is countless people. They think that they are starting Armageddon and they are ready to kill every man, woman, and child in Iran. You know why they don't have a plan? Do you know why they don't have an exit strategy or a list of goals to meet or whatever? Because they think they're starting Armageddon. I'm telling you, man, like, one of the benefits to having religious fundamentalist nutcases in office is they probably don't realize that they're not actually starting Armageddon and that they are completely and totally fucked. They don't realize how fucked they are when, you know, they leave office, which will happen sooner or later. It will happen. Trump is old as sin. Whether it's in 9 months from now or 9 years from now, Donald Trump will be out of office. All these people will be out of office. And when that happens, they don't realize that we're going to be able to look back at all of the insane shit that they said and did. They're not even bothering to destroy some documents, I'd be willing to bet. Once a service member makes a complaint to MRFF, finding a solution can be difficult. Service members have a few different options, Weinstein said. If troops are told they lack courage, intelligence, or bravery because of their religious tradition or lack thereof, they can file an inspector general complaint or an ethics complaint with the military. They can also go to the press, which is what they're doing now. But then you completely out yourself, Weinstein said. And when you do that in the military, you become what we call a tarantula on a wedding cake. How long do you think that cake lasts at that wedding? Troops can complain to military judge advocates, lawyers, or chaplains, but the latter can be especially tricky. The majority of the U.S. military chaplains are Christian, and many are evangelical. By itself, that's fine, Weinstein said, but if you're a Christian nationalist, you don't pay any attention to the time, place, or manner. With any sort of religious extremism, we end up not with little streams or creeks or brooks, but with the oceans and oceans of blood. Jesus fucking Christ. Weinstein said none of this should necessarily be shocking. The evangelical leanings of the Trump administration, and in particular the Department of Defense, have not been a secret. At a prayer breakfast last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth claimed the U.S. was a Christian nation, and there are prayer meetings at the Pentagon each month. But putting religion into politics is inflicting generational damage onto onto the U.S. and its military, Weinstein said. I'm just looking through here. Sorry. The White House did not immediately return a request for comment. Harrison Mann, a 13-year veteran of the U.S. Army who served under President Barack Obama during Trump's first term and under Joe Biden, told HuffPost that for soldiers, there isn't much of a difference inside the military, at least culturally speaking, even when presidents are doing some really crazy stuff publicly, he said. Because of that, he argues it may be too soon to say whether Hegseth can actually inflict permanent damage to the military. Mann is, however, deeply worried about what happens to the public perception of the troops in the meantime. There's danger in commanders telling soldiers they only vouch for Christians, whites, or MAGA supporters. When the public starts to view the military that way too, then you get a much more dangerous place where they no longer have trust in them, he said. Exactly. That's why the Founding Fathers specifically instructed them not to ever police the United States citizens. The troops should never, ever lose trust for the military. The military should be there for us, for our protection. It should never be used against the people. Because historically, if it is, that ends badly. That's why they always form out different organizations to handle like local law enforcement or domestic law enforcement. They form out different organizations like the Gestapo, like the SA or something. And the SA eventually became another branch of the military, and then the SS took over domestic like management or whatever. So anyway, the point is it's a bad idea to have troops turned against the people in one way or another. It's a bad idea. It ends badly every fucking time. And Donald Trump is too fucking stupid to recognize that, and so is Pete Hegseth. They're too fucking stupid to know it. Today, Mann is the Associate Director of Campaigns for Win Without War, a grassroots progressive foreign policy advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C., that formed in 2003 in response to the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Mann left his role as assistant to the head of the Middle East Center at the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, in 2024 for moral reasons. So he was the assistant to the head of the Middle East Center, not the assistant head Middle East center, but assistant to the head? Okay. After the attacks in Israel on October 7th, the man said his mission as a soldier primarily became about supporting Israel and sharing intel with Israeli military officials. But once he saw what the war in Gaza was becoming, a genocide, he said, he resigned. Very interesting. Man knows from personal experience how frightening it can be for a soldier to speak out. The Trump administration's politicization of the military, as the MRFF complaints clearly show, makes it harder. Man worries it is fast creating a situation where subordinate leaders may believe the messaging from on high Man worries it is fast creating a situation where subordinate leaders may believe the messaging from on high grants them tacit approval to start imposing their own religious beliefs on others. That shit is disturbing as fuck. I can tell you I'm very worried, he said. I think most people who join the military, they want to do something they feel is noble, and they want to do the right thing. Sorry, 1 second here. But the potential consequences for refusing an unlawful order or standing up for what you think is right is very high. So it goes back to the question, what can everyone else do to help them? To start, Man said the public can broadcast support for service members who speak up or disobey unlawful orders or unconstitutional directives. That validation is in short supply inside the military, so it must come from the outside, he said. Interesting. That means us talking about it, for example. It's very frightening to imagine that you would be on your own if you tried to defy an unlawful order, Man said. We need to see increasing efforts by members of Congress to impeach Secretary Hegseth, and everyone can put pressure on their lawmakers to support that effort. If I was a captain in the military, I would instruct my people to break the law, and then I would, in a non-consequential way, and then I would punish them for doing it. Maybe. I don't know. I would have to think about it a little bit deeper. Maybe a low-stakes kind of mock situation or something. I don't know. But breaking the law, or let me rephrase, but violating the law as a military actor or not following illegal orders, that's how you break out of a dictatorship, is everybody just suddenly no longer following illegal orders. Like morale falling through the floor, people just don't want any part of this anymore, basically. And eventually the dictatorship's power base kind of crumbles and falls apart. That's why it's so incredibly, deeply important that the troops never follow illegal orders. You can support a lot of organizations like About Face and Win Without War that are trying to create a welcoming, safe space for service members who are experiencing this kind of unfair treatment, he said. Man said it isn't hopeless about the future, even though there's much to despair over right now. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm glad that it's coming out, that we have a record of it, that we know what's happening, and they're not covering this up effectively like we know they want to. I'm glad that, everybody is aware of what's happening and they can't hide it. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Some real disturbing shit right there. Real disturbing shit. This is a religious war. I'm comfortable saying that. I mean, everyone's comfortable saying that now, right? All right. Let's go back to Hillary. Actually, let me take another poll on YouTube. Sorry, Twitchers, you're going to have to go to YouTube to take the poll. What should we watch? More Hillary? Nick Fuentes, Joel Webbon. Webbon. There we are. Or something I forgot about. Greg Locke on Iran war. Forgot about that one. Let's start the poll. See what you guys want. And then we'll cover whatever you guys want to cover. And while we wait for the poll results, tentatively looking like more Hillary currently, I want to show you guys Bookforge, my program that I've been working on for a few weeks, or hell, maybe a couple months now. Bookforge. Hold the phone. Let me open it. Give it a second. Okay, this is Bookforge. This is my library. This book is Bathsheba's Breast, Women, Cancer, and History. And it's basically just a history of breast cancer or cancer, medical treatments and things. It's interesting. Anyway, I just finished TTSing this book, War and Genocide, A Concise History of the Holocaust by Doris Bergen, who is the expert on World War II, on the church in World War II. I just noticed that the Doris L. Here we are. Yeah. And she also wrote Between God and Hitler. And again, metadata is incorrect. That's very frustrating. Save. There we are. And those just finished TTSing. Awesome.
Preface. It took me a long time to write this book. Initially, I thought it would be easy. I first encountered the Wehrmacht chaplains in the late 1980s when I was working on my dissertation on the German Christian movement, a pro-Nazi Protestant group. In a church archive, I came across a letter from a Lutheran pastor who begged Reich Bishop Ludwig Miller to get him a job in the military chaplaincy.
Oh, this is going to be so fascinating. I cannot wait to read it. These are the books I've TTS'd so far. Really cool stuff, right? Okay, it's looking like Hillary. I'm going to let it play for a minute. I'm going to go grab something real fast. And I'm going to put a marker in. All right. Current position. Delete. Got it. All right. I'm going to let it play. I'll be right back, okay?
Broadly speaking, at any time, do you recall any discussions related to distancing the Foundation or CGI from Mr. Epstein or Mrs. Maxwell?
I don't recall any conversations. I know that sometime, maybe 2003 or so, Bill did not have any ongoing contact with Epstein. And in preparation for this hearing, you know, it became clear to him that Epstein was not interested in the charitable work that was motivating Bill as he traveled around the world, getting people to commit to providing low-cost drugs for not just HIV/AIDS, but eventually tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases.
And what is your understanding of Mr. Epstein no longer wanting to participate in the Foundation's philanthropic goals?
I don't, only in preparation for this have I been told that, you know, there was no real interest there. And, you know, there was no point in being involved or connected to him.
And we touched on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said you're not aware of Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation. Would you consider, let me back up. President Clinton took trips on Mr. Epstein's jet, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you consider offering a private jet as a donation in kind to the foundation?
Well, I don't know what the the rules are under the 501c3 regulations, but it was certainly a gift, and he was, one of a number of people who provided transportation so that Bill could do the work he was doing.
I think we touched on this. Did Mr. Epstein end up donating to the foundation or CGI?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
You're not aware of a $25,000 donation from Mr. Epstein's affiliated companies to the foundation?
Only what I was told was alleged in preparation for this testimony. I did not know about that, and I don't know that it's true.
Are you aware of the Clinton Foundation reviewing any records in regard to Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation?
I will have to ask our lawyers. I did not.
Have you had any conversations about the foundation reviewing those donations made by Mr. Epstein?
I think I'll have to ask our lawyers. I don't know. I didn't review them.
Understood. Ms. Mace, do you have some questions?
I did. Thank you for being here this afternoon. In your opening remarks, you mentioned this is political theater and partisan. Do you believe the Epstein files are a vast right-wing conspiracy?
I think if they are fully released as the Transparency Act requires, that would be fulfilling the responsibility of the Justice Department, but it appears that there have been many issues with the full release, so I'm not going to characterize it other than to say I think that's a well-known fact.
Are you aware that both Republicans and Democrats voted to subpoena you and your husband?
I am here.
Okay. Are you aware both Republicans and Democrats voted to hold you in contempt when you didn't show up?
I am here.
Is that partisan when both parties vote to do something together? Is that partisan or nonpartisan?
I think it's standing up for the institution, but there are many other aspects of the committee's work that strikes me as avoiding the main issues about who should be sitting here, who has actual information that might be useful to your investigation.
As a survivor, I'm a survivor. I appreciated your opening statement and your prioritizing some of these issues. Have you always believed this way? Have you believed this way for some time?
Have I what?
Have you believed what you believed in your opening statement for some time?
Yes, I have.
How long have you had those beliefs or held those beliefs in your opening statement?
Very.
Well, it is hot as the dickens up in this piece. I don't know why it is so hot in here. It is 45 outside. My heater is set to 65. Why the fuck is it so hot? I'm about to turn on my air conditioner. It's insane. All right. Cool. Let's continue, shall we? 1 second here. Markers. Let me just look at... Hold on. Okay, apparently the really interesting shit is coming up. Let's keep listening.
Broadly speaking, at any time, do you recall any discussions related to distancing the foundation or CGI from Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell?
I don't recall any conversations. I know that sometime, maybe 2003 or so, Bill did not have any ongoing contact with Epstein. And in preparation for this hearing, it became clear to him that Epstein was not interested in the charitable work that was motivating Bill as he traveled around the world, getting people to commit to providing low-cost drugs for not just HIV/AIDS, but eventually tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases.
And what is your understanding of Mr. Epstein no longer wanting to participate in the foundation's philanthropic goals?
I don't, only in preparation for this have I been told that, there was no real interest there. And, there was no point in being involved or connected to him.
And we touched on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said you're not aware of Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation. Would you consider, let me back up. President Clinton took trips on Mr. Epstein's jet, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you consider offering a private jet as a donation in kind to the foundation?
Well, I don't know what the rules are under the 501c3 regulations, but it was certainly...
Yeah, I mean, there's an objective answer to this. Why are they asking her this question?
A gift, and he was, one of a number of people who provided transportation so that Bill could do the work he was doing.
Just dead silence. Okay.
I think we touched on this. Did Mr. Epstein end up donating to the foundation or CGI?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
You're not aware of a $25,000 donation from Mr.
Do you have gummy bears in your ears? She just fucking said, I have no idea. He's acting like she just said no. And now he's saying, you're not aware of this 25, blah, 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 blah. She said, I don't fucking know. Why is she even there? Like, she had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. She didn't even fucking know the guy.
Mr. Epstein's affiliated companies to the foundation?
Only what I was told was alleged in preparation for this testimony. I did not know about that, and I don't know that it's true.
Are you aware of the Clinton Foundation reviewing any records in regard to Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation?
I will have to ask our lawyers. I did not.
Have you had any conversations about the foundation reviewing those donations made by Mr. Epstein?
I think I'll have to ask our lawyers. I don't know. I didn't review them.
Understood. Ms. Mace, did you have some questions?
This is Nancy Mace. Oh, boy.
I did. Thank you for being here this afternoon. In your opening remarks, you mentioned this is political theater and partisan. Do you believe the Epstein files are a vast right-wing conspiracy?
No. Why would she think that they're a vast right-wing conspiracy?
I think if they are fully released as the Transparency Act requires, that would be fulfilling the responsibility of the Justice Department. But it appears that there have been many issues with the full release, so I'm not going to characterize it other than to say I think that's a well-known fact.
Are you aware that both Republicans and Democrats voted to subpoena you and your husband?
I am here.
Okay. Are you aware both Republicans and Democrats voted to hold?
She literally didn't say that. She didn't say it's a right-wing conspiracy theory. What the fuck are you talking about?
You in contempt when you didn't show up?
I am here.
Is that partisan when both parties vote to do something together? Is that partisan or nonpartisan?
I think
she didn't say it was fucking partisan.
It's standing up for the institution, but there are many other aspects of the committee's work that strikes me as avoiding the main issues about who should be sitting here, who has actual information that might be useful to your investigation.
As a survivor, I'm a survivor. I appreciated your opening statement and your prioritizing some of these issues. Have you always believed this way? Have you believed this way for some time?
Have I what?
Have you believed what you believed in your opening statement for some time?
Yes, I have.
How long? Have you had those beliefs or held those beliefs in your opening statement?
What beliefs specifically about human trafficking being bad?
Very long.
In 1998, you had those same beliefs?
Yes.
2005?
Yes.
2008?
Yes.
2012?
Sure.
2016?
Mm-hmm.
2020?
Mm-hmm.
2024 to present day, you've held these beliefs the whole time?
Yes, I have.
Have you always believed that women abused by powerful men should be believed?
I know where you're going with this, and I have
Do you?
nothing to say about anything in the past. I'm here to answer questions about this investigation.
So do you believe that women who are abused by Epstein and an Epstein circle of associates should be believed?
I think that many of them have made very credible accusations.
Have you always thought that, do you think that women abused by powerful men should get justice?
I think that they should have their time to be evaluated, and where there is adequate evidence, they should certainly get justice, and perpetrators should be held to account.
Right, because like Hillary Clinton was accused of abusing children, right? Obviously. She was accused of cutting the face off of a child and wearing it in front of that child, that 12-year-old girl, to get her adrenaline spiking so that she can drink adrenochrome from her blood. That's fucking absurd. Okay? It's vile and disgusting and evil and ridiculous and not real. Obviously, it's not real. People making those types of claims shouldn't be believed. You should certainly investigate, sure. Why the fuck not investigate? What's the downside to investigating? They investigated and found that it's completely fucking made up.
Was, have you always thought that women abused by powerful men should get justice?
Yes, absolutely.
I agree. Are you aware that, you were aware, I think you said this earlier, that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in 2008 for procuring a child for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute, correct?
That's what the charges were, yes.
And you were aware of that in 2008?
I don't recall that I was aware then.
And in 2008, you were a U.S. Senator still?
I was.
Would you say that Jeffrey Epstein is one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers?
From what we know, he certainly engaged in his predatory activities for a long period of time.
Would you say he's one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers?
I don't know what to compare it to. There are terrible sex trafficking rings all over the world.
And you said you were Secretary of State from 2009 to 2013?
Mm-hmm.
And you state your agency prioritized combating sex trafficking internationally, correct?
That's correct.
During your time as Secretary of State, did you or the state receive any intelligence cables or briefings mentioning Epstein's foreign travel, pedophile island, or his network of pedophiles and sex trafficking?
Not that I am aware of, no.
How did you miss it? If he's, I believe, one of the most prolific sex traffickers in the world, you were Secretary of State, how did you miss it?
Well, that would have been a matter of the Justice Department, not the State Department.
But in your opening statement, and your statements earlier in your opening statement, you stated that Secretary Rubio should be called to testify. And you said that he has, and the administration has, quote, abandoned survivors. Using the same logic, you were Secretary of State during a time period after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of being a pedophile.
Yeah, but not after Jeffrey Epstein's whole organization was blown wide open. That's very different. This is a very different situation, obviously. That was some random fucking asshole whose case was being handled by the Florida Attorney General, who just so happened to be Pam Bondi at the time. That's kind of interesting, right? This is a very different situation.
And soliciting children for sex, why then did you, quote, using your own logic, abandon survivors?
What is the question, please?
I followed her comment. First of all, we focused on whether there were laws that made sex trafficking, sexual slavery, domestic violence, other abuses of women on the books in countries. And then we tried to evaluate, were those laws being implemented? And were judges appropriately trained and briefed about how to implement those laws? Were governments taking them seriously? we looked at the broad institutional approach to these very serious abuses.
Would you say the U.S. government at that time, during this time period, was appropriate with the way that it handled Epstein?
I don't think that you could say that was true about any of the government's prosecutorial efforts, starting with the Southern District of Florida and Alex Acosta and all those who basically gave him a sweetheart deal. And
yes, Alex Acosta was on track to be a Supreme Court justice and gave Epstein this deal that he basically didn't even have to spend any time in prison, effectively. He could just, I think spend the night in prison and then during the day could fly around anywhere he wanted and do whatever. And he got a very mild slap on the wrist sentence that barely counted for anything.
then I think going up the chain, there was very little attention paid that should have been paid. But we had laws on the books, they were not being implemented. But that was not within my purview, because what we were looking at is what's the institutional structure, and can we do more to make sure countries take it seriously? Our country had laws on the books.
So
this man was not held to account.
If it was not in your purview when you were Secretary of State, then why is it today in Secretary Rubio's purview?
Because what's happened is that the office that was actually following what was going on around the world has been decimated. 70% of the staff is gone. It's impossible to carry out the functions of that office if you don't have a critical number of people. So my question would be to Secretary Rubio, is there more that can be done?
I'm running out of time here. You were clothed with immense power as Secretary of State. You've stated on the record in your opening statement that child sex trafficking in general, human trafficking, trafficking of all kinds was a priority. You were clothed with immense power. Your husband was clothed with immense power. And until you got this subpoena and until these files were out in the open, you did nothing to try to effectuate all of these things.
Are you fucking kidding me? What? What are you talking about? She did nothing to try to effectuate these? She didn't try to change the situation until the subpoena? What are you smoking? She literally, in her opener, listed all the shit that she did to try to stop trafficking. I don't understand what Nancy Mace is even talking about here.
You say that should have been done. Is that correct?
No, it's totally incorrect. I mean, all of your assumptions are ones that I reject.
When you saw photos of your husband in a hot tub laying on a beach and getting massaged by other women.
That's not what happened. That's not what the picture is of.
And you knew that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in some of these trips and these things. Did it concern you at all?
I'm here not to offer my opinions. I'm here to answer specific questions to the best of my ability.
When you saw your husband in these photos with a young woman being massaged, what went through your mind?
That didn't happen. He didn't get any massages. He had his back rubbed. Specifically, there's one famous photo. Let me show you. I don't believe that Bill Clinton is guilty in this, honestly. Dang on. Let me pull up the picture. Where is it? Bill Clinton. Here, this is the picture right here. Okay, this is an Epstein victim right here. If I can blow it up a little bit more. This is an Epstein victim. Just make a note here to clean up the video at this point when editing. Just an editor's note. Anyway, this is an Epstein victim rubbing his back. This Epstein victim spoke to the news and explained this situation. He was on his way to an African country to give a talk. She was basically asked to be the flight attendant on the private jet. And they showed up to an airport. This is one of those airports where they were going to another location or whatever. And Bill Clinton was saying, man, those seats are rough. You know, those hurt my back. And Ghislaine Maxwell is sitting there and says, well, she'll rub your back for you, won't you? And Bill says, would you mind? And she said, no, of course not. Rubs his back. Ghislaine Maxwell snaps a picture of it while this is happening. Blackmail material, obviously. But this woman, this person here, this victim said Bill Clinton never did anything questionable. He was a perfect gentleman. There were never any weird situations that he placed me in. It was literally just me, like, rubbing his shoulders for a minute, and that's it. This is, to my knowledge, the only case where Bill Clinton got a massage. And it wasn't one of those massages. It was literally just like she's rubbing shoulders, and that's it. And now Nancy Mace is saying that he got massages from Epstein's girls. I mean, you can see how that's twisted completely out of fucking proportion, right? If Bill Clinton is guilty, send him to prison. But I don't believe he is. I just don't. And I'm sick of pretending. I'm sick of taking that step and saying, fine, Bill Clinton bad. Bill Clinton bad. Yes, we'll send them all to prison. I'm sick of that. I don't want Bill Clinton to go to prison if he didn't do anything. And he didn't, in my opinion. Hillary Clinton most definitely didn't do anything. I don't even know why she's sitting here. Anyway, the way Nancy Mace is framing this is fucking vile. She's framing Bill Clinton as a predator that was involved in Epstein's stuff when there's no evidence he was involved in Epstein's stuff at all. We have no reason to believe that.
Specific questions to the best of my ability.
When you saw your husband in these photos with a young woman being massaged, what went through your mind?
It's just bullshit. And she knows it's bullshit. Nancy Mace does. She must.
I am not going to speculate.
You didn't have any feelings about young women massaging your husband?
I am not going to offer opinions or speculation about anything that I have no context for and was not there.
After you learned that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of sex crimes with kids, did any of these photos of your husband with women being massaged on the beach, did it concern you?
I have no context for even answering.
I'm sorry, one more time. What was that?
Concern you? Any of these photos of your husband with women being massaged on the beach, did it concern you?
There are no pictures of Bill Clinton being massaged by Epstein victims on the beach, as far as I know. There's a picture of him in a hot tub. There's a picture of him getting that back rub from that one girl that we just looked at. But on the beach, I'm not familiar what she's referring to. Again, there's no evidence Bill Clinton did anything illicit with any of the Epstein victims or survivors.
I have no context for even answering that question. And I think, obviously the innuendo, all the rest of it.
I'm asking a black and white question. I'm not putting any leading statements.
She obviously is.
Into it or adjectives. Did you do anything to determine what was happening in those images or on those trips that once you saw these photos, once you realized Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender of children, did you do anything to determine what was happening on these trips with your husband? I
don't find any of your questions to be relevant to the investigation.
Well, it is relevant if a former president was traveling around with young women.
Well, you'll have a chance to talk to him tomorrow.
You said this morning you did not solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
You know what I find fascinating about this? Bill Clinton went into this deposition the following day, and the headline was not Bill Clinton hangs himself. Bill Clinton admits or can't answer this question or that question. The headline is Bill Clinton exonerates Donald Trump, which isn't true. He did not exonerate Donald Trump. He just had he wasn't there when Donald Trump was doing his shit because he wasn't there. Bill Clinton wasn't around the island hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein regularly or any of that shit. I just find it really interesting that the headline is not Bill Clinton is guilty of child sexual abuse. It is Donald Trump is not guilty of child sexual abuse.
Did anyone solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein on your behalf?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever invite Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to any of your political fundraisers?
I did not personally invite them to my political fundraisers.
Did anyone personally invite them on your behalf?
I do not know.
Is the purpose of a political fundraiser to solicit funds?
Yeah, that's what fundraiser means, dumbass. Good fucking job. First time you've heard that word before?
Know that it is.
Okay, and you stated this morning you've never communicated with a Sarah Kay, correct?
I do not know who Sarah Kay is.
Okay, she's a councilwoman from New Rochelle, which is about how many miles from here?
Not very far away.
Oh, New Rochelle. Yeah, that's pretty close. If they're in New York City, I'm assuming they are. I've been through New Rochelle 1,000 times. 20 minutes, 30 minutes outside of New York City, maybe? By train?
20 to 25?
I have no idea.
I have an exhibit I would like to enter. This is an email dated September 30th, 2014. Am I allowed to enter an exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. This will be Exhibit 13, I believe. Majority Exhibit 13.
Okay, it's from September 30th, 2014.
Can you please provide the witness with a copy?
Okay. You have a copy of it?
Yeah.
You guys have it?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And can you read me the subject line of the email?
Following up event with Hillary Clinton and Congresswoman Lowy.
Do you know who Congresswoman Lowy is?
She was our congresswoman here for many years.
And who is the email from?
Someone named Sarah Kay.
Above that, at the very, oh, you have that very top one. Okay. All right, from Sarah Kay, and it's redacted on who was sent to. Can you read me the email?
Okay, thank you very much for the prompt reply. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the invitation, but unfortunately, Jeffrey will not be able to attend. Thanks so much for speaking with me just now. Attached, please find the invitation and response card for the event we spoke about with Hillary Clinton and Congresswoman Lowy at the Harvard Club. That was a fundraiser, I believe, for Congresswoman Lowy that I attended to support her, is my recollection.
Okay. And this is an email, this is an invitation to the fundraiser where you were there.
Do you have any idea if the Epstein referred to is the Jeffrey Epstein? There's a lot of people named Epstein in this area.
This is in the DOJ files.
I have no knowledge of it.
It says Mr. and Mrs. Epstein.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of this.
Okay, so it could be a different Jeffrey Epstein.
You're showing me an email from someone who I don't recall knowing about a fundraiser that wasn't for me but was for Congresswoman Lowy. I have no information. Okay. I went to the fundraiser to support my friend Nita Lowy.
All right.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have
there
another.
Are photos that are being released.
Oh shit, this is the moment. This is when Lauren Boebert posted a picture, or sent a picture to, what's his name, Benny Johnson. And he posted it to the twit of this deposition.
Can I interrupt?
I have
there
another.
Are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
I did post one, said Lauren Boebert.
For heaven's
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was,
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to.
Go fuck yourself, Lauren Boebert. You're fucking worthless. I will take that down. The problem is she didn't even post it. She sent it to Benny fucking Johnson, who then posted it. And then Benny Johnson posted, "I'm not suicidal," like a fucking moron. Like Hillary Clinton is going to murder him or some stupid fucking shit. Give it a rest. These people are fucking idiots. Every last one of them. From the top to the fucking bottom. And I cannot wait until every one of them are voted out of office. And I hope they have a miserable fucking time in their life. For the rest of their lives. I hope it's fucking miserable. They're absolutely awful. Every one of them. It's like, it really bothers me how these people can just get away with anything. There are no restrictions, no guards, no protections. There's no accountability. There's no fucking nothing. They are all worthless.
To take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Go off the record.
Go off the record.
Off the record. Damn, I wish I knew what was being said.
We'll go back on the record. The majority's time had approximately 5 minutes left in it. I believe that the witness or her counsel would like to make a quick statement.
Thank you so much. We've just
Oh, here we go.
used the break because we learned during the process of these hearings that the committee was violating its own rules and members tweeting and sharing pictures of what is going on inside this closed hearing, a hearing that we have asked repeatedly to be open to the public. Chairman Comer was gracious enough to engage with me on this matter. We asked specifically to invite the press in, since the committee had already made decisions on its own unilaterally to release pictures and other things that are going on in this room. He indicated that he wanted to speak to that himself directly. I'd like to just say for the record, we find it unacceptable, we find it unprofessional, and we find it unfair.
It's fucking absurd.
We are looking forward to this being conducted under the rules and being conducted consistent with the expectations of how members of Congress, I know, take this matter so seriously and do it in that vein. We would also like to just indicate as a practical reality that we are here in good faith. We are counting on the good faith of all the members.
Thank you. Chairman.
I cannot wait until Lauren Beaubert's moment, like her questioning. She asks about like QAnon conspiracy theories, like Pizzagate and shit.
Comer.
Yeah, I'd like to state for the record, I've advised my members that no photos or videos during the deposition can be released. I understand the posted photo was taken before the deposition started. We will, that will not happen again, and we will look forward to continuing with the deposition.
I'd like to make just a clarification there, Mr. Chairman. It was taken in this room after the witness sat down. It is not a basis that because she had not started speaking that it would be appropriate for there to have been a release of anything that was occurring in this room.
And we have made clear that that's not allowed. And I will also say we were disappointed that the Secretary's opening statement was leaked to the press before she even gave her opening statement.
So the Secretary's statement was not leaked to the press. It was provided.
Yeah, what? So, I'm sorry. He's saying, yes, Lauren Boebert took pictures of Hillary Clinton during the closed-door deposition to Congress, but her opening statement was leaked to the press. What are you talking about? It wasn't fucking leaked to the press. She released it she released it on her Twitter account. And that's her right. She fucking wrote it. She can say whatever the fuck she wants on her Twitter account. You controlling people's Twitter accounts now? What is going on with these fucking people? They are worthless, dude. I cannot wait until James Comer is out of fucking office. He is such a sack of shit.
As with other witnesses, including Mr. Wexner, who provided his before giving. Hers was given simultaneous. And so what we don't want is the Secretary to be treated any differently than other witnesses. That seems to be a consistent pattern, and we would love that pattern not to continue.
We've gone to great lengths to...
No, you haven't. She literally just took a fucking picture in the meeting.
Make all the accommodations that you all have requested.
Then why didn't they do it in public? Why wasn't it a public hearing?
So we will, again, the members have been advised that is unacceptable. So
Thank you.
We look forward to continuing the deposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you addressing it.
Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. No, I just want to add it's completely unacceptable that oversight Republicans and its members in this moment chose to violate both committee rules and the agreement that they negotiated directly with Secretary Clinton. Now, the Clintons requested a public hearing specifically to avoid this exact situation. Now, Secretary Clinton has offered to continue speaking throughout this deposition if we also allow the press to come in and on the record. Now, the majority has continued to refuse this. I want to make very clear for the record that oversight Democrats agree today they should be allowed here into the deposition, That's been our position from day one. Thank you.
And with that, the majority will conclude its first hour. We'll go off the record.
Okay, that was the end of the first part, I guess.
We can go back.
These are minority questions, so this is Democrat questions, I guess. All right.
On the record, I understand council has something that they would like to say before we get started.
Yes, I would. First of all, I'd like to say I appreciate everyone being here today, but I want to start with, we've just learned that there has been a second violation
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
of the promise that the chairman made with respect to no photos being taken in this room during this hearing. As you know, we have asked for and did ask Mr. Comer for the press to be invited in. They are sitting right outside, literally. He has been speaking with them, and we have been asked that they be invited in at the last break because we learned that there was a member who was sharing photos from inside this
Yeah, dipshit Lauren Boebert.
room in violation of this committee's own rules. We have now been presented with a second photo of the witness, Secretary Clinton, while she has been testifying in this room. That is completely inconsistent with the rules. It's completely in violation.
I didn't hear about this second photo. During released 1, 2, the second. Give it a second here. See if I can find out what's going on. Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to find answers to this. What the deal was with the second photo. Wow, Boebert did it again, apparently, during Bill Clinton's deposition. She did it a second time. A photo of smiling Bill Clinton. What a complete piece of shit. She is fucking worthless. Their second. All right, let's continue.
And it's also in violation of the promise that Mr. Comer just made with respect to it would not happen again. And indeed it did. And so I would like to ensure that when we go back on the record and when Mr. Comer elects to rejoin the room, I note he has left for the record, I would like to be able to ensure that we address that. Or, sorry, he has not left. He's down at the end. There's been a second violation, Mr. Chairman. So now I do really feel that it would be appropriate for the press to be invited in because someone has already violated the commitment and promise you made that there would not be any further violations.
You have a copy of the picture. We're on the...
I am confident that one of the individuals here can share with you a copy of the picture, and I would rather that at this point we invite the press in.
We don't know.
We're gonna show the photo.
It's from who?
I believe it's from the same influencer.
It's from the same influencer. It's from Benny Johnson again.
Emily, go with Andrew to make sure we have a send.
Bro, these people are fucking worthless, dude. It infuriates me so fucking much that they can't. And you know what infuriates me even more? That Boebert did that shit again What the fuck? She kept doing it. She apologized and then she kept fucking doing it because she's worthless. She is an evil human being.
That's for you.
That's right.
We were saving your seat.
There's a bit of silence here. I'm just going to let it keep going. Are they discussing the photo? What's going on here?
Violation. Mr. Chairman, will you allow the press in at this time, since there has been a second violation of your clear guidance that no further pictures.
To consult, to confer with the chairman.
Go off the record, please.
They should be taking everybody's phones away if they don't know how to fucking operate like normal human beings. If they can't follow the rules, then they should be forced to. Off the record again. Jesus Christ, dude.
We can go back on the record.
Thank you very much. We have examined the second photo that was taken inside this room in violation of the committee's rules. Mr. Chairman, you have indicated that you will assure that that will not happen again. Mr. Chairman, we continue to believe that the remedy for this is to invite the press in at this juncture. We believe that there is no reason not to do so. We recognize that you continue to resist having the press join, but if you would like, we would welcome that. Otherwise, we would welcome no further violations.
What was the last part? You would welcome.
I know it's hard to hear without amplification.
No further violation. No further violation. But I would like to note one thing, if I may. A New York Times reporter tweeted that.
Oh, he's trying to come up with something the left did that's causing a problem too. He's trying to do a both sides thing here. When in reality, like, the New York Times isn't in the room. They're not involved in this in any way, shape, or form. It's like Lauren Boebert is in the room and posted a fucking picture of the deposition live twice, apparently. And they're trying to pin it on everybody except for Lauren Boebert.
The New York Times reporter tweeted that her dim member in the room, and then she said, you know, that Maxwell was at Chelsea's wedding because she was dating a friend who brought her as a +1 and all that. So there's a Democrat member leaking to the press what's going on in here.
Don't give it a fucking rest.
According to the Annie Carney.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I know part of this is always about the tit for tat, and I think that's what we're trying to address. We're here and we're speaking with respect to the witness and what has been a violation of a photo of her inside this room. I'm not trying to get into anybody else's First Amendment rights. When it comes to the photo, please instruct your member to take the photo down until after.
I have.
Thank you so much. Nothing.
And of course she didn't, to my understanding. I'm just looking.
Further.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is...
Minority staff name redacted, okay.
I'll be doing most of the questioning for the minority today. First, I want to thank you for your long and distinguished service to this country.
Thank you.
I'd also want to thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we get to questions, I'd like to take a few minutes and highlight some context that we think is relevant for today's conversation. To be candid with you, it's not clear to us that you have much information to share with this committee that would be relevant to our investigation of Jeffrey Epstein.
Obviously.
For example, I would like to introduce as Minority Exhibit A this excerpt from Ghislaine Maxwell's interview with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Todd Blanche, of course, is Donald Trump's personal attorney who went and spoke with Ghislaine Maxwell directly. about whatever stupid shit, and offered her the deal that if she exonerates Donald Trump from anything by saying he didn't do it, then she will get a reduced sentence, which is an egregious thing to do. Like, what the fuck?
I'll read out loud the relevant excerpt for you. You can see that Ms. Maxwell was asked, quote, "Do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew or had any sort of visit, dealings, or associated with Hillary Clinton?" And Ms. Maxwell said, quote, "I would say no." Ms. Maxwell was asked, quote, "Did you ever see them together?" Ms. Maxwell said, "No." So, there are some events we're aware of where you might have been in the same place as Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell at the same time. We'll ask about those, but we are a little confused about why we're even here. I imagine you might have your own perspective on this. You shared a little bit of that earlier. Is there anything more you'd like to share from your point of view on today's conversation before we get started?
In this game, I am missing a single light route, I believe. One. Unfortunately, that is very frustrating. I don't even know how to go about finding that little fucker.
Thank you very much, Counsel. I appreciate your recognition of the context. I do not think I am or could be a significant witness to anything that would affect the work of this committee with respect to the investigation. I understand that that was a decision made to subpoena me, and I thought it would have been more appropriate to treat me in the context in which you have just placed me. That's why I offered a sworn statement outlining my lack of knowledge with respect to either Epstein or Maxwell and the crimes that they committed. But the majority of the committee and then the entire committee determined that they wished to talk with me. And it is, still somewhat of a puzzle for me to be here and trying to answer your questions to the best of my ability because I don't think it's a good use of the committee's time. The matters that are included within the broad scope of the investigation as described by the chairman are ones that I take very seriously, and I would personally like to see the committee pay attention to those who have information that could be responsive.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd like to start our conversation with a few foundational questions so we can get a clear record from the very beginning. And you've covered some of this earlier, but I want to be really clear for the transcript. Before his crimes became public, did you have any knowledge of the sexual abuse that Jeffrey Epstein was committing against girls and young women?
No.
Before her crimes became public, did you have any knowledge of the sexual abuse that Ghislaine Maxwell was committing and facilitating against girls and young women?
No.
People may not even realize this, but Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in the abuse. She was an abuser. Like, not only was she finding girls for Jeffrey, but she was directly taking part in the actual abuse. She is an actual sex offender as well. She was doing things like she was grooming them. Like, she'd find a 12-year-old girl who was emotionally vulnerable, who didn't have both of her parents in her life or any parent at all who cared, really. She'd bring the girl to the estate, and then she would get naked in front of them casually, just, take her clothes off or whatever, to try to make her feel more comfortable being naked around adults and things like that. And then Jeffrey would walk in a towel, and then he'd take the towel off, and he would just walk around casually, grooming them. That's what grooming is. And the fact that Trump wished her well is fucking evil and vile. the fact that they have Hillary Clinton here instead of Donald Trump is egregious. I mean, Donald Trump absolutely 100% for sure knew what was going on. He said as much. He said Jeffrey likes them on the younger side. Like in 2002, he knew what was going on. Now get Donald Trump in here and see how many times he says, I plead the fifth. How many times has Hillary Clinton pled the fifth? 0.
Our colleagues have suggested that they need to speak with you because Ghislaine Maxwell's nephew worked for your 2008 presidential campaign and then at the State Department when you were Secretary of State. That is somebody named Alexander DeRossi.
I'm sorry, what does a nephew have to do with literally anything? How is that connected to anything at all? Are we doing guilt by association now? Like, he may not have had anything to do with it. Do you know that during World War II, Hitler's nephew came to the United States and fought in the Navy on behalf of the United States? People's lineage or family members or whatever don't indicate anything at all beyond that they're related to them. That's it.
Are you familiar with Alexander DeRossi?
I am. Alex Gerasi volunteered for my 2008 presidential campaign. I did not know him. I don't know what motivated him to be a volunteer, but he proved to be a very effective contributor to the campaign. He earned a paid position on the campaign. All of my staff that interacted with him on the campaign had a very high regard for his intelligence and his skills. He's an extremely well-educated young man. And when I became Secretary of State, he was recommended for a job that he was well suited for. I had absolutely no idea.
Found it. Jesus Christ, right here. This is the last light route that I could not find. That is very frustrating that I just had to go through that whole rigmarole to find it. Okay.
That he was in any way related to Ghislaine Maxwell until I received the subpoena from this committee suggesting that he was, and that was the first I knew of it.
So, is it fair to say that as far as you know, Mr. DeRossi was not hired for your campaign or at the State Department because he was Ghislaine Maxwell's nephew?
That is...
Yeah, Rust Barrier says, someone take her phone. Please take her fucking phone. She does not know how to keep her fucking hands off of the camera button. And she just keeps doing it. Like, not giving a shit about the rules or whatever. It should be a felony. Like, we need to bump crimes up to felonies. Move everything up a level for MAGA. You know, things that were previously misdemeanors for the rest of the world are now felonies for MAGA. Yeah, I want to discriminate against MAGA now.
Absolutely fair to say, and I can't speak for everyone in my campaign. Obviously, it's a huge enterprise, but I would be surprised if anyone knew that he was related to Ghislaine Maxwell, but I can absolutely testify to the fact that I did not.
Are there any other accusations or claims that have been made against you with respect to Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell that you would like to address before we move into some chronological questions?
Well, I don't keep up with all the conspiracy theories and the crazy allegations that populate the internet, so I'm sure there are, but I will...
Oh, yes, and Beaubert brings up Pizzagate and Frazzle Drip, too. That one's going to be fucking fascinating. I don't know how long I have or if I'll be able to get to it, but I would really like to reach that one today if we can.
Do my best to answer your questions as you pose them.
Okay. I will ask a series of chronological questions. I know most of these are from a long time ago. If you don't recall, just tell me you don't recall. As an initial matter, would you recall roughly how many events and receptions would you have attended at the White House during your time as First Lady?
Well, I was privileged to be at the White House as First Lady for 8 years, and I have no way of giving you an accurate number, but they would be in the thousands, and they were one of the great privileges of being in the White House, hosting events, hosting meetings, meeting people, using the rooms of the White House, using the grounds of the White House. So many hundreds, maybe thousands of events, but many, many thousands of people.
I was just going to ask if you could estimate how many people you might have met at those hundreds or thousands of events and receptions.
Well, Counsel, I can't say I met every person who ever attended an event, and so I can't really give you an accurate number. But if the event was a small event, perhaps I would meet everyone. But for most of the large events that we hosted, it was hit or miss if I met somebody or didn't meet somebody. For the huge Christmas receptions, which were thousands of people that would come to enjoy the holiday decorations at the White House. So I can't really give you a totally clear answer other than I did my best to greet people and to be an appropriate hostess because I took seriously my responsibilities as First Lady.
So Mr. Epstein visited the White House a fair amount during your husband's first term in office. One, and I think the only specific event that we're aware of where you may have been present was, as you mentioned earlier, a September 29th, 1993 reception for donors to a White House renovation project that was funded through the White House Historical Association. And our understanding is there was some kind of reception that night. Do you have any recollection of attending that event or that reception?
I have no specific recollection.
Right. She talked about this in the first part, I believe. Basically, apparently there are people out there who donate money to the White House for some reason. Like, they have enough money that they're willing to donate it to the White House to renovate and preserve it and shit. Like, people have way too much fucking money, honestly. Anyway, Jeffrey Epstein was one of those people, I guess. And he was invited to the White House Historical Society as a thank you for donating all of that money. And she was in the White House at the time. But she apparently knew nothing about, like, who was invited. It wasn't her. It was a historical society that did the invitations and stuff. That's what they're referring to here. Check this out. I have an opportunity to show you Bookforge from start to finish. Okay? Yes, that's a naked chick, but it's a naked chick from the 1700s, so, or 1400s maybe, so it's not really adult entertainment. Anyway, this is me taking a book from, like, purchase. I mean, from purchase. I purchased this, all legal, like, yeah, legal. Taking it from purchase all the way clear through to text-to-speech. So I just drag and drop it in. The metadata looks correct, and I'm going to categorize this as Nazism. And apparently I save. And then import to Studio. And then I go to Studio. Jewish Space Lasers right here. I go to the audiobook pipeline. I have a language learning pipeline where it alternates lines of text. One English, one German. One English, one German, like per sentence. Or, you know, one German, one Spanish. Or one English, one Spanish, or whatever. But I'm not doing that with this one. I do that for children's books because it helps me learn German. Anyway, so I go to the audiobook pipeline, hit Open Editor, and it opens it in a new window here, which appeared on the wrong. There we go. All right. And then I can zoom in on this puppy. And I can pick out which pages I want to delete, like which ones I do not need. I don't need clear through to page 8, so I delete those. And I look for any citations. Those aren't necessary. It looks like this is actually a pretty clean book for the most part. Some of them are complete messes. I even built in an OCR tool, like a text recognition, convert images to text. All right, it looks like this is a pretty clean book, so I'm just going to leave it as is. It's got the acknowledgments and then end notes. I'm going to delete all of the end notes because those are unnecessary for listening to TTS as well. All right. And now my next feature, chapters. Looks like chapters are already included in this book that I bought. All legal like. Notes, acknowledgments, I guess I'll keep. I don't need the cover, other titles, title page, copyright, dedication. What's the epigraph? I don't need that either. Or the table of contents. It starts at introduction, so that should be good. Save chapters. And I think that's good. Save book. It creates an exported .epub. And then I can use a local model to clean it up, like remove, change 1963 to spelling out the actual word, or fix OCR errors or whatever. Just basic stuff. TTS, and then audio. And I can also do a video. I can do, like, convert it to an actual MP4 video where it shows the lines of text as it goes, but I don't need to do that. So now I go to the queue. Now that I've added it to the queue, I hit start, and it's going to do cleanup. This has 92 chunks that it's going to send through cleanup to convert numbers to words, to remove the reference numbers throughout the book and stuff like that. Cleanup should probably take about an hour for a book this large, and then it'll do TTS, like text to speech with XTTS, because that one seems to be the best that I've found so far, XTTS. And finally, it will do the reassembly process. So it's just going to go for now. It's loading the model into my system right now. I can pause it. I can resume. It's really cool. I'm proud of it. I wrote this whole thing myself. Is this like Calibri Web Automated? Yes. Except it's not a website. It's an actual desktop application that I wrote. It's called, I named it BookForge. I'm just looking through. Oh boy, I see Newsmax up there. Yep. Yeah, okay, so it did the first chunk. It took a while to load the model into memory, so subsequent chunks will go a lot faster now. It doesn't base its ETA calculation off of the first chunk because it takes so long to load it into memory. But let's see. It's only a 14B model. It should be pretty quick. And I was trying to, all legal like, get another book, Every Living Thing, The Great and Deadly Race to Know All Life. It's by Jason Roberts. It's apparently, hold on, it's apparently about the origin of racism. Yeah, there you go. Now we got an ETA. It did the first three chunks. It's 1 hour and 7 minutes, roughly. That's how long it's going to take. So I'll let that run. Let me just verify something. All right, let's continue.
But I know that I was expected to, and I assume I did. But I can't, sitting here today, describe anything specific about that event. But I was very anxious to support fundraising that went to the White House Historical Association that in turn supported the upkeep and the maintenance of the White House. Because certainly, you know, it was an old building with a lot of very valuable furniture and art, and it took a lot of wear and tear because I just finished explaining we had thousands of people who would come through. And I'm not even talking about the visitors who would come through, because that was many, many more thousands. So the house itself needed to be carefully cared for. And so I my husband and I hosted the event, and the White House Historical Association brought those who had contributed because it was ultimately beneficial for the White House.
Would it be correct to say that sitting here, you have no specific memory or recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell at that event in 1993?
That is an accurate statement. In fact, when I got the subpoena, I was incredulous because I never thought I was in the same room with Jeffrey Epstein.
But of course, we do know people who were in the same room as Jeffrey Epstein and are not being subpoenaed, right? Like Donald Trump, for example. Why the fuck didn't they subpoena that piece of shit?
It was brought to my attention that he was very likely to have attended the White House Historical Association, but I have no independent recollection of that.
Okay. It has been publicly reported that Mr. Epstein visited the White House 16 other times during your husband's first term.
It has been publicly reported. Why the weasel words? Was he there or not? Why are they framing it like that? I don't understand.
He was signed in by different staff members and visited different parts of the White House. Broadly speaking, do you have any memory or knowledge of any other visits by Jeffrey Epstein to the White House other than the one we just discussed?
Not that I recall, but I want to be clear. That doesn't mean that, I didn't pass somebody in the hallway, that somebody didn't pop in, but I have no recollection.
Great.
Of meeting with him, seeing him, conversing with him in the White House.
I'm going to fast forward all the way to 1999. We believe that Mr. Epstein contributed $20,000 to your joint fundraising account with the Democratic Party. Would you have any specific memory, knowledge, or recollection?
For a billionaire and a multimillionaire, that's basically nothing, first of all. And second, is that even real? I'm not convinced it's real.
Of that particular contribution sitting here today?
I do not. And again, this was something that I learned about in preparation for testifying. And as you point out, counsel, the contribution went to the joint committee that was set up to support my Senate campaign. And my memory is that we couldn't coordinate between joint committees and campaigns. I mean, those were the rules back in the day as I recall them. So I don't have any recollection at all that I knew he contributed to my campaign. And he did not contribute, as far as I know, directly, but then this indirect contribution to the joint committee, I don't recall that I knew it at the time, and I was, surprised to learn it in preparation for testifying.
Hang on, let me turn it on. Siri, turn on living room air conditioner. Hang on. Let me go open my window real fast. 1 second.
So,
hang on. Yeah, the heater's completely cold. The heater's not even on, but it's really hot in here anyway. So, let me turn on the air conditioner. I'm gonna have to start removing background noise again from my streams. Okay, let's continue.
At this point, toward the end of your husband's presidency, how would you characterize your relationships at that point with Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell?
Non-existent.
Thank you. Moving to the period after your husband's presidency, again, we don't really have much of a record to work off of. There is public reporting that sometime in 2007, Ms. Maxwell may have co-hosted a fundraiser for your presidential campaign in New York City. We don't know much about it. Christina Aguilera may have performed, if that's helpful. Do you have any specific recollection of that event?
I do not, but I, again, have been told and reminded that there was an event with a very large host committee for my campaign, and Christina did appear, and I believe
Wow.
performed.
Sorry. Wow, first name basis with Christina Aguilera. Look at you. Not to toot your own horn.
I have no further information than that. I was attending many fundraising events, and I don't recall any specific encounter or conversation with anyone, including Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ms. Maxwell also appears to have donated $2,300 to your presidential campaign that year. Do you have any memory or knowledge of that specific contribution?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that your presidential campaign likely would have had a fair number of donors donating $2,300 thereabouts?
Tons and tons and tons of people. That's like the maximum donation that you can make, I think, for a political campaign. That's basically nothing in the grand scheme of things for political campaigns. Like, I think that Kamala Harris brought in like $1 billion for her campaign or something.
Oh, many thousands. I don't recall the exact number, but my best memory is that we raised nearly $1 billion. And so it was a fast, frenetic pace. And I'm grateful for everyone who contributed, obviously, but I have no specific recollection of her contribution.
It's been widely reported, and we, I think, discussed in the previous hour, that in July of 2010, Ms. Maxwell attended your daughter's wedding in Rhinebeck, New York, and that she may have accompanied Ted Waite, who is reportedly a family friend, or at least was at the time. You, of course, were also present at the wedding. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Maxwell's attendance at the wedding?
I have no specific recollection. Obviously, there's a picture of her being at the wedding as my husband walks my daughter down the aisle. She was there as a guest of Ted Waite, someone we had known for 30 years, I believe, who was a strong supporter of my husband and became a friend. And there were more than 500 people at the wedding. So other than that picture of her at the wedding, I have no recollection of talking with her. I was pretty focused on my daughter and the wedding party and the wonderful occasion that it was.
Dude, I said this before. Imagine being... All right, imagine you're with somebody and they cheat on you. And that becomes the subject of fucking the world for, I don't know, years. That's what you become known for. Or that, let me rephrase, that's what your spouse becomes known for. The person who slept with somebody else, like in the White House or whatever. Imagine that. That's got to be awful, right? I feel so bad for Hillary that Bill Clinton was impeached over sleeping with somebody, over cheating on her. That has got to be fucking awful. And you know who else I feel bad for? Monica Lewinsky. She's apparently like an advocate now for online bullying, like trying to prevent bullying or whatever. Imagine her life, what that would have been like, and how awful that shit is. They said that they were going to, Kenneth Starr and the prosecution team said they were going to send her to prison unless she agrees to testify against Bill or whatever, or unless she agrees to, basically she was given immunity if she tells the whole story. So she did. She told the whole story, everything that happened, all of it, in great detail. And then they plastered it all over everything about Bill using a cigar on her and all kinds of shit. How fucking evil are these people like Kenneth Starr who would do some shit like that? Spread it all over everything. That shit's unforgivable. And that guy, Kenneth Starr, who led the impeachment thing, led a quiet and happy life to the end, just died peacefully, enjoying life. The world is not fair. You know, after everything that he put these people through for no reason, none of his fucking business, none of the world's business. And he died a peaceful death at an old age. Fucking disgusting. I feel so bad for Hillary having to go through all of that. It's just fucking evil. Oop, sorry.
So I don't recall having any conversation other than the fact she was there, and she was there as Ted Waite's guest.
And the understanding that you had, if any, about her relationship with Mr. Waite, what was your understanding of that, if you had one?
That they must have been dating. And this was, of course, long before certainly I knew anything about the activities that she was charged with engaging in and the crimes that she was convicted of.
During her interview last year with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Ms. Maxwell said that she may have met you on a flight from Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard to New York. That's not a lot to go on, and I would note that one of the charges Ms. Maxwell faced was perjury. But do you recall ever meeting Ms. Maxwell on a flight from Massachusetts to New York?
I don't recall it. I'm not going to say it didn't happen, but I don't recall it. And my memory, too, counsel, you would have to check this, but I believe I was told that in her long interview with Todd Blanche, it's Todd Blanche, right? Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, she herself said that she attended the wedding as Ted Waite's guest.
In that same interview, Ms. Maxwell said that she visited your home in Chappaqua a few times and that she was invited. Do you have any memory or knowledge of Ms. Maxwell being invited to and visiting your home?
I do not, and I was not present for any visit if one occurred.
It's been reported that in September of 2013, at a Clinton Global Initiative conference in New York, Ms. Maxwell was recognized as a Commitment to Action partner for her work on behalf of the Terramar Project, which was an ocean conservation nonprofit that she founded in 2012. Do you have any recollection of whether you were at that event? So that's a Clinton Global Initiative conference in New York in September 2013.
I believe I attended the conference, but during the conference there are many different sessions going on. There are some main stage sessions with very high profile people. We've had an extraordinary collection of world leaders, including Pope Francis and others. But then there are many of what are called breakout sessions that are smaller sessions where people gather usually around the issue they're interested in. So in this case, if it had been the oceans, there might have been a breakout session about that. And I do not recall seeing her there. I do not recall any knowledge of her being there. But if she were there and she were making a commitment, it would have been in one of these smaller sessions. And I have to add, you know, in 2013, Ms. Maxwell spoke at the United Nations. She gave a TED Talk. She was featured for her work about oceans in a long profile on CNN. So she had a public persona that the UN, the TED Talk people, CNN and the press all recognized, because nobody at that time knew what was later discovered.
And is it right to say, and it sounds like you would not have had any direct role in organizing whatever her role was at that particular event?
Not that I recall.
At that point in 2013, if you can recall, how would you have characterized your relationships with Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell?
Had no relationship, no knowledge of, never met or talked to Jeffrey Epstein. I viewed Ghislaine Maxwell as an acquaintance, someone that I might see but had no real relationship with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I know that a couple of the minority members have just a couple questions as part of this hour as well, and so I have a few, and then I'll turn it over to a couple of the minority members as well. You can hear me okay from here?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But it would help if the minority
Yeah.
members would move to where
We are.
across.
I'm actually, they're going to sit right here as soon as
Okay,
I'm.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to just begin by just asking a few questions, which I believe you've already clarified in your opening statement, but just to be very clear on the record one more time. As best as you can recall, you've never met Jeffrey Epstein.
That's true. That's correct.
As best as you can recall, and I know that, and you've said this, you've never went to the island.
Never went to the island.
You never flew with him on a plane.
Never flew with him on a plane.
And you were never aware of his horrific crimes prior to those becoming public knowledge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted just to know, one of the questions that we've been receiving a lot has been speculation amongst the public that Jeffrey Epstein was somehow affiliated with foreign intelligence agencies or other intelligence services. And I know that we have received numerous questions of that type. Now, obviously, you served as Secretary of State. I'm grateful thank you for your service. In your role as Secretary of State, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any types of relationships with foreign intelligence agencies, obviously, of course, of a foreign country?
I'm sure that he was. In fact, people suspect he was an agent, a Mossad agent, like Israeli intelligence. And from what I can tell, that's probably correct. He likely was. But that's not something that Hillary Clinton would have known about, right? If she had, then she would have never had any connection to him whatsoever. Like, he would have never made it to the White House. Well, I don't know. It's Mossad, so maybe I'm wrong.
I was not. And Ranking Member Garcia, I am aware of the speculation around this that comes from the files being released and questions being raised. And I do think that is a fruitful area for the committee to investigate.
No, I appreciate that, because I'll say of the types of questions that we're receiving, the kind of conversation around whether Jeffrey Epstein had any ties to foreign intelligence or was working with foreign governments continues to come up. And so obviously, as Secretary of State, that would be something I would imagine you may or may not have information for. So I appreciate that response. Madam Secretary, just lastly, I want to also thank you for your testimony. And broadly speaking, you've probably been following just recently, and if this week, we've seen, and there's been reports that numerous files are missing from the group of files that have been released. For the record, only about approximately 50% of the total files have likely been released. The other percentage have been withheld for
which is a violation of the law, as we know.
Whatever reasons we're not really sure of and don't really understand. It's also been reported by numerous outlets this week that the FBI has removed files that are supposed to be made available to the Congress that include serious allegations of alleged abuse by President Trump, sexual abuse to a minor. Now, these are allegations that we know have been corroborated in other ways, and the media have reported on these, but these files themselves have been removed. Now, we view this as a very serious matter. I've personally looked for these files in the archive manifest that lists which files should be placed there. Those files are no longer there. And we have...
i.e., they were removed by Trump's FBI before they even made it to the Department of Justice. Like, they were taken out. Donald Trump was removed from the files before it ever made it there. That is so insanely fucked up and wrong and corrupt and evil. But you know what? I actually believe that this stuff is all going to come out eventually. I mean, who knows how long it'll take? Maybe it'll take 50 years. I do think it's going to come out. And honestly, I think it's going to come out a lot sooner than that. Within the next 10, I believe, we will know exactly what Donald Trump did. There's enough unhappiness and ire on both sides right now that I think that we're going to know. We're going to have the answers to these questions before long.
We've been calling on the DOJ and the Attorney General to release all of the files. I'm wondering if, in your experience, obviously in the U.S. Senate, as Secretary of State, if you've any response to the behavior of the DOJ in their withholding of critical information and the apparent removal of files that could suggest serious crimes by folks in this administration.
Congressman, I appreciate your raising this issue, and I appreciate
She's going to refuse to comment on it.
The statement that you put out when this became public knowledge, thanks to investigative reporting, which revealed it. And I think that this behavior by the Justice Department deserves the most thorough investigation that the Congress could carry out. As I understand the sequence of events, this committee subpoenaed the Justice Department, as well as the Epstein estate, as well as law enforcement officials from prior administrations, as well as my husband and me. The Justice Department refused to comply, which is what led to the passage by the Congress of the Transparency Act, which then was signed into law. And I think from the very beginning, the behavior of the Attorney General and her staff has demonstrated either a gross incompetence, which is...
No, don't even give her that credit. It's not gross incompetence, and everybody knows it. It's malicious, intentional covering up actual crimes is what it is. I refuse to give her that out. I mean, Pam Bondi, she doesn't get that grace.
Bothersome because they are the keepers of information that should be evaluated for law enforcement purposes, or a clear cover-up because they are protecting the president and others. Either one of those should be the focus of this committee to try to get to the bottom. If they are incompetent and they are incapable of complying with the law that the Congress passed, we need to know that because they are falling down on the job. They have an FBI director who's more interested in drinking beer in a hockey dressing room after our team won the Olympics, rather than being responsive and complying with the law as it has been promulgated.
And even worse than that, Kash Patel is covering up for Donald Trump. He's taking part in this cover-up. It's absolutely egregious, especially considering the fact that that his whole bit, like Kash Patel's whole thing, was about how the Epstein files need to be released and unredacted and all that shit. Like, he made a career off of this. And he's suddenly, like, claiming that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? What kind of a sick fucking joke is this?
So I don't think it's unfair to say that given the sequencing of the events, starting with the way that President Trump made the release of the files a key element of his 2024 campaign, the promise that he and then his attorney general made that the files would be released, then a walking back of that as they began to look at the files, an ignoring of what they had promised, including that they had a client list on the desk of the attorney general. Reasonable people would have to assume they are engaged in a massive cover-up.
It's obvious. Like, that's not even a question.
Which
Like,
is
and even Magapotamians or Magadonians, if you will, recognize that. Everybody sees this for what it is.
infuriating. As an American, as a citizen, all of us should be, regardless of party, wondering what are they hiding. And that's why I said in my opening statement, the President of the United States is not above the law and should be, in a setting like this, answering questions under oath, as should others who are prominently featured in the files, and especially the group that is featured after 2008. Because prior to 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to the watered-down charges that Alex Acosta negotiated and then was rewarded for in the first Trump administration with a cabinet position, there are so many unanswered questions. And I looked at the transcript of the Alex Acosta testimony that was taken before this committee, and I don't think that any Republican members asked him a question. So you have to conclude that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, or clearly the Justice Department, starting in the White House and at the top with the Attorney General. And this latest example of the missing files about the allegations, and they are absolutely nothing more than allegations, but the FBI interviewed that witness 4 times. You don't interview a non-credible witness 4 times. You don't put into the FBI reporting, protect this source, if you think there is nothing to it. So, of course, I would like to know, like every other American deserves to know, what is in those files and who is going to hold people accountable, because the Justice Department seems to be either unwilling or incapable of doing so.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me also just add one thing. You've probably also read reporting that Secretary Lutnick was pretty open in an interview about not having spoken to Mr. Epstein or interacted with him after 2005. And then we go on to learn that Secretary Lutnick not only went to the island, there were visits, they went into possible business together, communicated with his wife. So there were numerous interactions that happened after that interview. We believe that Secretary Lutnick should be in front of this committee answering questions, especially when he's choosing to essentially lie about his interactions with Mr. Epstein. Would you agree that Secretary Lutnick should come and testify?
Yes, Lutnick is Trump's Secretary of Commerce, I believe, and was Epstein's neighbor. And objectively, like we know for a fact, he did some real evil shit.
I think everyone that the committee sees playing a prominent role in the files should be deposed. That is your job. Your job is to try to get to the truth as best as you can determine it. And that should be the guiding principle, it seems to me, as to who you ask to come before you.
Thank you.
Hello, Congressman.
Hello. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I'm going to ask you a few questions that might be a little redundant.
That's
but
okay.
Just to get on the record. Am I correct that you did not know at any point before Jeffrey Epstein's crimes became public that Epstein committed or facilitated sexual abuse of minors and young women?
That is correct.
And prior to Epstein's crimes becoming public, were you ever warned not to associate with him?
Not that I recall.
And you did not know at any point before Maxwell's crimes became public that she committed or facilitated sexual abuse of minors or young women?
That is correct.
And did anyone ever raise concerns to you about Miss Maxwell or warn you not to associate with her at any point?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. And you served as First Lady and U.S. Senator and Secretary of State. And so you met a lot of other heads of state, foreign dignitaries. And so at any point, did Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell's names come up?
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned you did a lot of work on human trafficking. Could you talk a little bit more about that? And then also, I would love to know if Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell's names ever came up.
No, I can tell you that those names never came up, as I said, prior to their crimes becoming public. I don't think people knew. Or if they did know, they were not sharing that. Or if they did share it with the FBI or the Justice Department, the investigations never went anywhere. So I don't know that anybody would have ever raised those names, and I don't know that anybody knew to even look into it. You know, as I said, the whole question of human trafficking, sexual slavery, forced labor, domestic violence, for the longest time were not even considered crimes. And it took a lot of effort on the part of many, many courageous people around the world to raise the visibility of these crimes and to actually change criminal law in many countries. You know, when I spoke in 1995 at the UN World Conference on Women in Beijing, that was one of the issues everyone was struggling with. Domestic violence was considered cultural, not criminal. Sexual slavery was just something that happened. You know, young women were forced into prostitution. All of this was certainly known and was something that had gone on for, you know, centuries.
Sorry if this is an obvious question, but law isn't my forte. What's the minority member? Minority members are basically congressmen who don't hold the House. Like right now, the majority of the House is held by Republicans. The minority group is the Democrats. So minority members are Democrats in this case.
Thousands of years.
So she's being questioned by Democrats.
But there became finally enough outrage and organizational impetus to begin to try to change that. And that's what I worked on when I was First Lady, because I really became aware as I traveled to Asia and Africa, even Eastern Europe, particularly after the fall of the Soviet Union, what a big criminal network was operating around the world to traffic people. And obviously we're here focusing on what happened to, you know, girls and women with being sexually abused, but it's also true that people were forced into labor in mines and fishing boats. I mean, this was a phenomenon that finally was getting attention. And we worked very hard to raise visibility. I mentioned the law that was finally passed in our country in 2000. There was also something called the Palermo Protocol, where nations came together to pledge themselves to change laws, to implement enforcement against trafficking. So it's been a long struggle, but we've tried to focus on preventing it, prosecuting it, and protecting the survivors, and we've made progress. But obviously we're here today talking about crimes that still are happening even in our own country.
I know the public wants names to be named, and I know this is a difficult question for you given your lack of a relationship with Epstein or Maxwell, but are there any names that you think we should be talking to at this point that haven't been out there already?
I don't know any more than you do as to what's being exposed in the files. I saw where Congressman Massey stood on the floor the other day and said that he named 3 people, as I recall, that should be investigated. But there's a long list of people who may, even if they did not do something themselves wrong, because of their association with Epstein, might have credible information for your committee.
And final question, you've expressed a desire for this hearing to be public. I just love to hear sort of an explanation for why.
Look, I think sunlight is the best disinfectant. I think
I've come to find that I believed that too, but that's not always true. In this case, it is. But you know, that's kind of like the discussion about whether you should platform certain people. I just don't think you should. I think some people should not be platformed. They are fucking evil. Like Alex Jones, sunlight's not the best disinfectant for him. Okay, he should die in obscurity. He should not be able to spout off his disgusting fucking lies about children being like, you know, crisis actors or whatever, and those dead children and their parents being hired by Obama to blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not right to give him a platform. That's wrong morally, in my opinion. So sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. I find that exposing people, opening it up so that he's allowed on YouTube, that helps him. He wants to be on YouTube. That's good. And I've come to find that anything that Nazis find to be beneficial to themselves, we probably shouldn't be doing if we can avoid it.
As much as we can do in public, we should do. And I've testified before Congress many times, before you were there, and it was always in public. I mean, that's what we did. I testified, and I was on the other side of the table asking questions in public, except for something that was classified that couldn't be in public. What we did was in the sunlight, in front of the press, because people, namely our constituents, deserve to know what we are finding out and to go along with us, with few exceptions, to understand, you know, what the Congress is doing. So I believe for a long time, I think we should be testifying in public, and I think it would benefit this committee for people to see that you're actually doing things, and especially if you call people who have some credible information for you, that you are committed, regardless of the cover-up in the Justice Department or whatever directions the DOJ is getting from the White House, you are determined to find out the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, Congressman.
Secretary, how are you?
I'm okay.
First and foremost, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Secondly, as an attorney, I know sometimes things are done differently in DC, but when an agreement is made and our word is given, it should be kept.
I agree with that.
And first and foremost, to get into the line of questioning that I had, on November 12th of last year, Oversight Committee Democrats released emails that were obtained from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. In one email from 2011, Epstein said to Ghislaine Maxwell that President Trump was, quote, that dog that hasn't barked, end of quote, and that an unnamed victim, quote, spent hours at my house with him, end of quote. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote that, quote, of course he, referring to President Trump, knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. 2 days later, President Trump directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate President Clinton and other prominent Democrats in order to distract from his own close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. I'll mark as Minority Exhibit B a True Social post from Donald Trump dated November 14th, 2025. And I think you have that now. As you can see, President Trump's post refers to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes against young girls and women as the Epstein hoax, end of quote. His post also completely ignores several other high-profile individuals, including Republicans and allies of President Trump, who are known to have had relationships with Epstein. In fact, the Epstein files contain numerous officials in the current and previous Trump administrations with connections to Jeffrey Epstein, including, but I'm not sure limited to, Howard Lednick, RFK Jr., Steve Bannon, Elon Musk, Tom Barrack, Kevin Warsh, and Mehmet Oz, to name a few.
Oh, shit. I didn't know Dr. Oz was in there. Damn.
Secretary Clinton, to your knowledge, has the Trump administration done anything at all to investigate these other individuals with ties to Epstein?
Congressman, I know of nothing, just reading the press. I obviously have no inside information that there has been any effort whatsoever to investigate the names that you just mentioned or any others who might have credible information about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think that's where this committee comes in. You are not beholden to the Justice Department. You have an independent Article I jurisdiction. You are the co-equal branch of government, and you have the responsibility to pursue what the Justice Department apparently is failing to pursue. The other point I would make is, having observed President Trump up close and personal for a number of years now since I ran against him, he has a tell. He has a behavioral tell. Whenever he is worried about being found out himself, he accuses somebody else of doing what he actually has done. And it's just a pattern with him. So it's
Interesting. I haven't thought about that. That checks out, though. I can see that.
no surprise to me that all of a sudden what he promised in his campaign to reveal, everything about the files, and then when his people began looking in the files and realized how potentially incriminating they were of him, all of a sudden that was no longer the focus. It was blaming Democrats, talking about a hoax, saying move on, there's nothing to see here. That is a typical pattern of President Trump's behavior, which speaks louder than all the words that he speaks and all of the Truth Social posts that he makes. He clearly knows what he did. He knows what others did, because remember, one of the emails that has come out recently is he called the police chief of Palm Beach at the time Epstein was arrested, according to reporting, to say, I'm so glad you got him. I'm so glad you're stopping him. Well, how would he know that?
Interesting. I had not heard that. Is that in the files?
How would he know that? So there is so much to be uncovered here rather than being covered up. And it really, in addition to the specific information that could be gotten and the accountability that could be achieved, it would restore trust. You know, the American people are not dumb. They're watching this. They're seeing this. They're following this. And it's just one more example of, you know, us not doing the kind of work that would build trust in finding out, you know, the truth.
No, there is no trust to be had in this administration or the Department of Justice. There's no trust here. What's up? Nice hair? Okay. Alpha Force Zero got a haircut. I mean, a hair dye. Are you going to show chat or? Yeah, but I want to Alpha Force Zero is coming over here to show chat.
I don't know how well, okay. I don't know how well you guys can see me.
Why don't you come on the other side?
Scooch.
Doing my best.
I'm making him scoot over. This is a raccoon tail hat, so my bangs are split dyed. One half is a raccoon tail, one half is my normal black. And then I did ghost roots. They're like electric blue, pretty much. And I stained the entire back of my neck, like really bad. But this is, you know, it goes all the way around my head. I'm really happy with it. Okay.
It's pretty metal.
I'm gonna reach out though.
Alrighty, awesome. We're going through Hillary Clinton's deposition on Epstein.
Someone hired a Hillary Clinton impersonator, and and a Donald Trump impersonator to have a debate at their house.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was really funny.
Interesting. Somebody hired an Epstein and a Clinton and Trump impersonator to have a debate at their house. Okay. Maybe we'll have to watch that at some point.
Yeah, it was really funny.
All righty, I'm going to continue watching then, all right?
Love you.
Love you. Oop. Hold on. Here we go.
Not just for the victims and survivors, but for the American public.
I just have a couple quick questions. Howard Lutnick recently went so far as to lie about his close connections with Jeffrey Epstein, but the truth came out with the release of the files. Secretary Clinton, is Howard Lutnick still employed as the Secretary of Commerce in the Trump administration?
So far as I know.
Secretary Clinton, in your opinion, why has Donald Trump ignored these other prominent figures who had close ties to Epstein?
I can't speculate on that, Congressman. I think it's a worthwhile question to ask, and I think it certainly should be asked by this committee.
And lastly, in light of everything, not just what I think was an embarrassing leak earlier, do you believe your deposition today is a good faith exercise?
I can't conclude that. I think all the information, such as it is, that I have could have been delivered in a sworn statement, could have been delivered in written interrogatories. So I'm not going to speculate about the committee's intentions here. But, you know, a former member of this committee, someone with whom I doubt I have very much in common, Marjorie Taylor Greene, said that Trump put pressure on Bondi not to release the files. And if I recall, she was one of the votes for the Transparency Act, and she and others, including other members of this committee, were hauled into the White House and taken to the woodshed. And so I believe she...
What does that mean? I think I've heard the term before, taken to the woodshed, but wow, what a saying.
May be a source of information about, you know, her own experience, demonstrating clearly that this White House does not want the Justice Department to release the files that might in any way incriminate President Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Spankings occur at the woodshed. Okay, interesting. I've never really thought about it, I guess.
Thank you so much for being here, Madam Secretary. Some of this was briefly touched upon, but as you know, there is wide speculation among the public that Jeffrey Epstein may have been affiliated with domestic intelligence agencies and services. Alex Acosta, for example, Secretary of Labor in the first Trump administration, allegedly said that Epstein, quote, belonged to intelligence, end quote. We know that Acosta has denied the statement, but it nonetheless raises questions about Epstein.
That's interesting. I didn't know that he said that. Okay.
You obviously served in a variety of highly sensitive positions, allowing you to access some of our nation's most sensitive and secretive information. Either during or after your time in government, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any kind of relationship directly or indirectly with a United States intelligence agency or service like the CIA?
I was not, but obviously I served in the Senate and don't recall anything like that ever being presented. I was on the Armed Services Committee, so perhaps there might have been a mention if there was any relevance, and in the State Department, I don't recall any information like that at all.
And were you ever made aware of Ghislaine Maxwell having any kind of relationship with an intelligence agency or service of the United States?
Well, she is, like, her dad was connected to the CIA, I believe. She was definitely involved, if in no other way than tangentially.
Thank you. Now, during the committee's deposition of former Attorney General Bill Barr, he indicated that, quote, many American businessmen who have foreign contacts sometimes will talk to intelligence agencies and provide information to them. Are you aware of Jeffrey Epstein having these less formal interactions with the CIA or any other domestic intelligence?
I'm not aware of any intelligence connections of Jeffrey Epstein at all.
And that applies to foreign intelligence.
Yes,
as
it
well.
does.
Okay. I want to move to.
But I do think, Congresswoman, as I said earlier, your questions are well taken. There are so many threads of this investigation that need to be followed. You are talking about the intelligence. We have talked about the sexual abuses. And we also should be following the money. One of my former colleagues, Senator Wyden, is trying to get out of the Treasury Department records about Jeffrey Epstein's financial transactions. The Congress should, and this committee certainly should, subpoena the Treasury Secretary for the information that Senator Wyden has compiled. In my experience in the Senate, Senator Wyden is a thoughtful, careful investigator. If he says there's something there, I would take it to the bank. And so follow the money. Follow these foreign involvement, intelligence potential. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. And of course, follow whatever leads you can get out of the emails and other information that are being put forth by either DOJ or the Epstein estate or anybody else on, the crimes that he committed.
Thank you. That brings us to the issue of transparency, which is related to what you just said. You and President Clinton have been very clear about your desire to testify publicly before this committee. In fact, on February 5th, 2026, you posted on social media, quote, "If you want this fight, at Rep. James Comer, let's have it in public." You love to talk about transparency. There is nothing more transparent than a public hearing, cameras on. Secretary Clinton, why is it important for you to testify before this committee in a public setting?
Well, first of all, I believe in public testimony. I believe that the public has a right to know what it's.
Out of curiosity, I don't know if you guys knew this. Jeffrey Epstein's password leaked. Not leaked, was released. They failed to redact his password in the Epstein files. His passwords to Outlook, to iTunes, his Apple ID password. His Gmail password was even leaked. Of course, it's not of any use to us anymore, but it was especially because some of this stuff had dual factor authentication. But his password for jeevacation@gmail.com was jeevacation12. His Apple ID password was gengen12, and his Kickstarter and Dropbox password was Ghislaine, GHISLAINE. I don't know if you guys knew this, but the password for QAnon, the QAnon account on 8chan, like the actual real QAnon account, was Matlock. These fucking idiots are so incompetent. They have no idea how to do basic security. First of all, you never, ever use a one-word password with absolutely no other characters in it. What the fuck? Are you stupid? I don't understand. It's so fucking stupid, dude. I swear.
Selected members of Congress are investigating and legislating. Having served for 8 years, I think it is useful as a member to do a hearing in public because you're going to learn things by the coverage of it, by the response that you get from people. This hearing, if it were in public, maybe your question about intelligence, maybe somebody watching it would have said, "Oh my gosh, I just remembered having a conversation with Foreign Minister X or Prime Minister Y, and that person mentioned Jeffrey Epstein." Most people are not going to look at the video, they're not going to read the transcript, but they will follow a live public hearing. So I think it actually enhances the work that those of us who've been privileged to serve are doing and can do. So to me, it is just an absolute prerequisite for doing the kind of legislative and investigative work as effectively as possible by doing it in public.
And did you know that you would be photographed today?
No.
And is that at all part of what you had understood about the terms of the agreement for today's deposition?
Well, I will confess that I had some concerns about whether the majority on the committee would treat me fairly. And
of course they're not going to. We all knew that wasn't going to happen.
would, fairly convey what I say and what I did and how I looked and how I responded. So yes, I did have a concern. And when we learned about the photos being taken not by a staff member but by a member, it was shocking.
Like a fucking idiot, Lauren Boebert.
And very disappointing. So if it were in public, we wouldn't have that debate. Everybody could see the same thing that the congresswoman saw. I'm sitting here, sometimes I'm smiling, sometimes I'm frowning, sometimes I look good, sometimes I don't. That's all in public. Everybody can have the same view rather than, an angled photo and all the rest of it. So it was disappointing, and I regret that it happened and it violated your rules, but that's not the real concern I have. The real concern is get busy. Focus on the people that have something to tell you, that can tell you about intelligence, money, and crimes, and get them before you, and whenever possible, do it in public.
And finally, do you think that Donald Trump should be deposed by this committee?
Absolutely.
Of course. It's absurd that he hasn't already been called in. Because it doesn't matter. Like, Donald Trump is basically completely fucking immune from any consequences in his life at this point. But yes, absolutely, he should be deposed.
I was a lawyer, and as a lawyer, you would look for pattern and practice. If you were deposing a witness in a case that you were trying, if you were in court, what did you know about this person? What you knew could influence how you questioned that person, how you tried the case. Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexual assault by a jury of his peers. 9.
I don't know. I think it was rape. I think he was held civilly liable for rape, right? That's a little bit more than simple sexual assault. Not to downplay even that. But I don't know. It feels like we should call it what it is.
Members of a jury found him liable in the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll. That is behavior. That fits a pattern if one were looking for a pattern. He has also been convicted on 34 felony counts for attempting to hide his relationship with an escort and then to commit business fraud to prevent it from becoming public.
Well, that's not exactly true. It wasn't an escort, but close enough, I suppose.
In the 2016 campaign, which was ultimately election interference. So if I were running the committee or I were involved in this investigation, I would be looking for people who maybe had some prior conduct that might be relevant to either money or crimes. And yes, I think that it would be in keeping with the scope of the investigation of this committee to set up a deposition with President Trump. I know he's been deposed many, many, many times. He's taken the Fifth Amendment many, many hundreds of times, so I'm not saying you're going to get a lot of information. But given what's in the files and given past and prior conduct, he would be on my witness list.
Thank you.
We can go off the record.
Oh, damn. I hate it when they go off record. I want to know what's being said. Anyway, tell what you think about it in the comments. Next up, majority questions. Keep a lookout for that video. I want to actually keep going because this is where it gets really, really interesting. We're only halfway through. I don't really have the time to go through all of it, but I do want to watch a little bit more. Maybe we can get to the Boebert stuff.
All right, we'll go back on the record.
All right, this is Hillary. Hang on. This is Hillary Clinton about to be questioned by Republicans in her deposition. It's going to get wild. Give this a listen.
It is 2:49 p.m. I believe Chairman Comer has something he would like to say.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Secretary, and we appreciate what you said in the last round of questioning. I want to be very clear. This committee is taking this investigation very seriously.
She basically previously said, subpoena Donald Trump, have him appear and testify. Why the fuck am I here? That's pretty much what it was. That's what he's referring to here. Trump was found civilly liable for sexual abuse. Oh, was it in a 1996 incident? I thought it was, okay, I thought it was more than just that. All right.
We are following the money. We have a history of doing that over the past 2 years.
Uh-huh, yeah, totally.
I wrote the Treasury Department requesting suspicious activity reports related to Jeffrey Epstein. Treasury has been in full compliance, and our staff has spent untold hours reviewing those documents.
Uh-huh. And Donald Trump absolutely showed up in them. So why is Hillary Clinton here instead?
I know the minority staff have also reviewed those documents. Anytime we subpoena anything, both sides get it. Based on the suspicious activity reports, I then issued subpoenas to 2 banks, Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan. The banks, those 2 banks are also in compliance and continue to produce thousands of pages of records. And I will say this before I turn it over to Representative Mace. This investigation is made very difficult when witnesses drag out negotiations for more than 6 months and violate their duly issued subpoena. So that's one reason when we're dealing with very powerful people that have the best attorneys out there, it's very difficult when
it's because she has nothing to fucking do with it. Why is she even here? She didn't know the guy. She wasn't even in the same room with the guy, except for like once. It was for a completely unrelated thing. Why do they have her here? They're wasting their time right now.
Takes 6 months to get witnesses in, so I just wanted to mention that, and I'll yield to Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for returning this afternoon. Secretary Clinton, is your husband someone the committee should investigate?
My husband will be here tomorrow. You'll have a chance to ask him questions.
So my question is your husband someone this committee should investigate?
Asked and answered.
Apparently you are. You've subpoenaed him. He's going to be here tomorrow.
In your testimony before the break, you discussed why you believe President Trump should testify before a committee due to a, quote, pattern of behavior, end quote. You testified that a pattern of behavior warrants accountability. So I want to make sure I understand your standard correctly. The pattern of behavior you describe includes being held civilly liable, indictments, sexually deviant behavior, correct?
No, not sexually deviant behavior, first of all. I can already see where she's going with this. He had an affair, and his entire life and hers were completely torn apart over the whole thing. That's not sexually deviant. They're not like, I don't know, what would you even, like engaging in a foot fetish or something. Like, I don't even know what she's classifying as sexually deviant here. They're just, they just had an affair. That's as simple and straightforward as it gets. Donald Trump raped somebody. Okay, Donald Trump, according to the FBI documents, discussed taking advantage of a young girl with Jeffrey Epstein in front of a limo driver, who then, like, reported it to the FBI, not to the press, not to whoever, not to blackmail him. So he reported it to the FBI and went on with his life. That's sexually deviant behavior.
Yes.
In 1998,
I'm sorry, hang on.
Your standard correctly. The pattern of behavior you describe includes being held civilly liable, indictments, sexually deviant behavior, correct?
Yes.
In 1998, your husband was found civilly liable for sexual misconduct with Paula Jones and settled for $850,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
By your standard of pattern of behavior, should your husband testify before this committee?
He is testifying tomorrow.
On December 19th, 1998, President Clinton was impeached on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice, which directly related to his extramarital affair with Monica Lewinsky. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your husband was impeached for perjury related to sexual behavior, correct?
They asked, are you having sex with that woman? And he said, define the word, or what was it? He said, God, I can't remember. Something about, am I currently having sex with her? No, was the answer. And did I have sex with her? Arguably, no, I didn't. I got a BJ from her. That's about as far as it went. Which arguably, like I think I would classify that as cheating on Hillary for sure. So he did do that, right? But is that really like impeachment worthy? What Donald Trump has done so far is impeachment worthy. He's ignoring the courts. He's violating the Constitution left and right. And you impeached the dude for cheating on his wife? Like what?
I didn't understand what you said.
Your husband was impeached for perjury related to sexual behavior, his sexual behavior.
He was impeached for several reasons, and then was acquitted in the Senate.
And your husband flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 17 to 26 times, correct?
He made several trips with different legs on the trip, as I recall.
But he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane
Yes, he
17 to
did.
26 times?
Mhm.
Were you aware that Secret Service was dropped on some of those flights?
That is not my understanding.
Where they were not on some of those flights?
That is not my
So
understanding.
your understanding is that Secret Service was on all of the flights that President Clinton was on?
That is
with
my
Epstein?
understanding.
By this standard of behavior, multiple...
Let's find out if that's true, because it sounds like Nancy Mace just made that shit up. Hang on. Just claimed... let me see if I can get an answer to this. Hold on. Okay, that was according to a Fox News interview. I'm sorry, a Fox News review. Fox News reviewed this stuff and claimed that Secret Service was dropped for 5 of the 26 flights. It's not true. There's no evidence of that. It's just made up. Bill Clinton was asked, was Secret Service present for the hot tub photo? And he said, I believe so. And they said, that means no, apparently. They're just making it up. Whole cloth. It's just fabricated garbage.
Credible accusers, including Juanita Broderick, who alleged rape against your husband. Your husband was disbarred in Arkansas, lost his law license before the Supreme Court, flew on Epstein's plane dozens of times, visited Epstein's island.
None of that is true. Like half of the shit that she's saying right now is fabricated.
It's not true. That is absolutely untrue.
Well, there's documentation in the DOJ files. I'm not sure you're aware, your attorneys have told you, but Jeffrey Epstein told one of the victims to lie to investigators, to lie that Bill Clinton...
This isn't true. Like, this shit is just made up QAnon garbage.
...was ever on Epstein Island. I can provide that document to you.
We would like that document, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
counsel,
I can do
because
that.
actually the files say just the opposite. Epstein himself denied he was.
These are FBI notes from an interview with a victim, and I can get you the victim number and the case number and the files. These are notes from a 302 interview.
If you'd like those, are you going to provide those now?
I don't. That's not my line of questioning. She brought it up.
Well, you have to provide evidence. You're making direct claims here that are false. She's just making shit up completely.
But I have a document.
I'm sorry,
I can get to
you're
you.
making a representation
Yeah.
as to the fact.
I didn't enter
something
anything
that's
as an exhibit.
But it's factually inaccurate.
No, I can give it to you later. I can go find the document, make copies of it, and give it to you this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Okay. By your standard of pattern of behavior,
None of that shit was true. She just made all of that shit up. There is no pattern of behavior here. You can't just make shit up and then claim this is his behavior.
according to documents released by the Department of Justice, your husband appears in photos in swimming pools, hot tubs, aboard Jeffrey Epstein's private plane with unidentified young women. We came here today
They aren't unidentified. Like, we know exactly who is around.
and told this committee, you told this committee that a pattern of behavior demands accountability, correct?
I said that I believe the committee should call anyone who had a substantial pattern and practice of contact with Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes before they came to light.
Does that include your husband?
And after they came to light. You're going to have a chance to question him tomorrow.
So I'll ask you again, by the standard you just set in your
Are you fucking deaf? Did you hear what she said?
own words just now, does this standard apply equally to your husband or only President Trump?
I have said that my husband has been subpoenaed. He will appear. He will answer your questions to the best of his ability. But there is no evidence whatsoever of any connection with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think that that will be obviously apparent in the questioning.
It's apparent, in my opinion, in the files, in the documents. Bill Clinton is not guilty in all of this. I really believe, I have seen no evidence that he took part in any of this shit.
What makes you so sure of that then? I mean, he's photographed with...
Objection is to speculate on something that's not evidence.
It is so speculative. I mean, swimming in a pool, sitting in a hot tub, there are millions of people who do that without any improper behavior or certainly committing any crimes. So I
Do you think most of the men are like your husband that did anything wrong by were they being surrounded by young women, giving them massages?
He didn't get a massage, quote unquote, from Jeffrey Epstein's girls.
On Jeffrey's private estate or private plane, are they all innocent then?
You know, you are making assumptions in your questions that have not been proven and I don't believe are provable.
Okay, why did you wait 6 months to have this hearing today or have this testimony?
You know, I've answered that. I thought that given the way that other witnesses who were subpoenaed at the same time were being treated, that there was an unfair treatment of both my husband and myself. And I thought that, especially from my perspective, I had very little, if any, information to provide you, and that I could have done it in a sworn statement and you could have moved on to depose somebody else who might have more information that would be beneficial to your
I have two more questions, then we're going to pass it to Congresswoman Luna. After Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, did it concern you at all that you had taken a substantial amount of money from Jeffrey Epstein?
It was not a substantial amount of money. She didn't take any money. He donated to her campaign, I think $20,000 to some joint campaign, something or other, and then $2,300 from Ghislaine Maxwell, and that was the extent of it to my knowledge.
That's an inappropriate assumption. I did not take a substantial amount of money from Jeffrey Epstein. So far as I know, Jeffrey Epstein contributed to the joint committee that was supporting my Senate race.
Which was how much?
I believe I was told $20,000.
And you don't consider $20,000
Oh my God, dude, she's such an insufferable fucking nutcase.
substantial?
I do not consider it relevant to me because I had no recollection that I ever knew that he gave any money to
So
the
you
joint
didn't talk
committee.
to your donors that gave $20,000 to your campaign?
My understanding of the rules back then is that there was no coordination between the committee and the campaign. So, no, I have no recollection.
But that doesn't
of
mean
doing
you
that.
can't speak to your donors. That doesn't prohibit, the law does not prohibit you speaking to
But
donors.
I didn't know he was a donor. As far as I knew, he was not a donor until I learned this in
Did it
preparation
concern you
for
at
the
all that Ghislaine
testimony.
Maxwell was heavily involved with people you knew and were close to?
I knew people that I knew her. Yes, that's true.
And you just shrugged, you didn't want to look into it or have any
Nobody,
question about it?
until her crimes were revealed and she was indicted and tried and convicted, I don't think people knew very much about at all
And
what
then
she
how do
was
you know
doing.
Howard Lutnick?
I know Howard Lutnick.
You mean Donald Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, a.k.a. Howard Nutlick? Is that the Howard Lutnick we're referring to? Why the fuck are you asking Hillary Clinton about this?
Because when I was senator, on 9/11, the firm he headed, Cantor Fitzgerald, suffered the greatest loss of life. As I recall, something like 650 of his employees were murdered by terrorists that day. Howard Lutnick missed being a victim because he was delayed dropping his child off to kindergarten. You asked the question. I'm going to answer your question.
Now you're going to yell
This
at
was
me?
what I spent
You're
my
going to yell at
time
me.
doing.
I'm a survivor.
Look at this. Look at her little thumb. She does. This is a politician move. You don't point at people because that's too aggressive. They do the thumb thing because it's less aggressive. Isn't that interesting? She's still in politician mode.
Question.
Now you're going to yell
This
at
was
me?
what I spent my
Oh, she started to. She started with the finger and then she morphed it into a thumb.
time doing.
I'm a survivor
spent
trying to look out for other
Well,
survivors trying to
and
get to the
I
bottom
was
of it.
taking care
You
of
waited
the
6
people
months
who
to
lost
get here today.
3,000
6 months,
lives
and now you're being
at World
defiant
Trade
and
Center.
indignant today.
You asked me
I have
about
met
Howard
with Epstein
Lutnick.
survivors. I'm a survivor myself. You have emails. You've denied that Jeffrey Epstein, that you tried to get Jeffrey Epstein to give money to you.
I did
but
not.
Howard Lutnick was
If
used
you
to
have an
get
email
money.
with me asking Jeffrey
I
Epstein
have
for
an
money,
email from Howard Lutnick sending it to
what's
Jeffrey
the question?
Epstein and his people to
I
raise
don't-
money for
I don't
you.
know about-
for an
Wait, yeah, what does this have to do with literally fucking anything or anybody? I don't understand. How is Hillary connected to this? She's saying she has a document showing Howard Lutnick requested Jeffrey Epstein's help donating to something or other. What does that have to do with this?
event, an intimate event for you at his offices
Well,
at Cantor Fitzgerald. You're
look,
going to sit
if
here
you-
today
if you would let me finish.
obfuscate and say to this committee, you didn't try to get money from Jeffrey
I
Epstein
didn't.
when
I
there was
didn't.
an intimate event in an email that Howard Lutnick emailed to Epstein's people and
An intimate event. What the fuck does that mean? She was only in the same room as the dude once in passing. She didn't invite him there. She was just there. She was never at an intimate event with Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein to get him to come to your intimate event at Cantor Fitzgerald, a very small event. And so I'm not going to public. You want to yell at me, that's fine, but I'll yell right back.
Well,
okay? I am looking out for
it's
survivors.
very-
I'm doing
look-
the job that you would not do and refuse to do as Secretary of State. Thank you, and I yield back to
What the fuck does that mean?
No, I'm going to finish answering the question, which I have a right to do. I am very sympathetic to your personal situation. I have read about it. I have seen you testify or speak on the floor about it. And I very much sympathize with not only what you went through, but appreciate your effort to stand up for survivors. I was a senator representing the people who were murdered on 9/11. Nobody lost more people than Howard Lutnick. You can say whatever you want. You can call him and have him appear before the committee. But I knew him as the man who lost the employees that he knew intimately, including his brother.
And he was the
So
go-between
I
between
worked.
you and
Let
Jeffrey
her finish
Epstein
her
raising
answer,
money
please.
for you.
Let her finish her answer.
You know what? If you don't want to hear
What was it she said? Hang on.
intimately, including his brother.
And he was the
So
go-between
I
between
worked.
you and
Let her
Jeffrey
finish
Epstein
her
raising
answer,
money
please.
for you.
Let her
And he was working with Jeffrey Epstein to raise money for you? Is that what she said, I think?
finish her answer.
You know what? If you don't want to hear what emotionally affected me, that's fine. But that's why I know Howard Lutnick. I went to the memorial service every 9/11 after the formal service was held.
I see what you're
with
doing here,
all-
and you're
with
obfuscating
all
from
of
the
his
questions. He was
people, the
go-between
families.
between you and Jeffrey Epstein raising money for your
Well,
campaign.
you know, Howard Lutnick and I did
Thank
work
you. I will
together
now yield
because
to
we had a lot of
Congresswoman Lena.
victims
Thank you.
to take care of, and we worked together to rebuild downtown Manhattan. That is how I know Howard Lutnick.
Why don't you, let me get over here.
Fine, I'll do the heavy lifting.
Or you could like it later.
Yeah, I got it.
will move on.
I'll do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, you do love it. Yeah. Yep. Miss Luna, Miss Luna.
Secretary Clinton, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
President Clinton has stated that he severed ties with Epstein around 2005.
Right. Somebody says Howard Lutnick, Redmond Berry. Ever since you've come into this chat, Redmond Berry, you've always been marked as a suspicious user monitoring. I don't know why. Kind of funny. So your chats always get lit up. But anyway, Howard Lutnick was an executive at Cantor Fitzgerald, which is at the top floors of the North Tower, right? That's how he was well known or whatever. And he lost his entire company, the whole thing, 650 employees. And it was like this big, devastating thing. And he wasn't there that day because he brought his kid to school. And he was all over the media. Like, anytime anybody talked about 9/11 and victims, he was the guy, because all the victims practically were his employees. I think 3,000 people died. 650 of those 2,000 or 3,000 were his people. So anyway.
Prior to 2008 conviction, were you involved or informed of any communication, emails, calls, or meetings related to distancing the foundation and or your family after those 2008 convictions?
I was not.
You had mentioned that this committee had avoided calling people to testify who should be sitting here. I would like...
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to call it there because they're getting into a new line of questioning.
After call 2008, Clinton...
Ms. Luna.
This is Luna, so we'll finish it tomorrow. But anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Absolutely absurd. Absolutely sad. All right, I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun. I will see you guys on the flippity flip tomorrow. All right? All right.